Okay, I'm ready. Playing the national anthem. My phone. My phone. Oh,
Testing one, two, and two. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be with you. We're up the top of this big scaffolding tower, getting exactly the same view that you can see now. And it's a beautiful sunny day. Yeah, it's my hot stuff. So a few changes for New Zealand. The captain, Peter Connell, has a quad strain. He's out. So it's going to be Adam Hastelow coming into the side, who was in hospital yesterday. He had a saline drip on his arm about this time 24 hours ago. And here he is opening the bowling for New Zealand against South Africa, the two unbeaten teams in Pool B. And he will be bowling to Kyle Schmidt. Schmidt? Is it Schmidt or Smith?
Afrikaans or English?
Well, let's go with the Afrikaans. Schmidt?
Schmidt.
Okay. Don't want to get my Schmidts mixed up. Right, here's Hastelow to Schmidt, first ball of the day. Ooh, bit of swing there, I think. Full delivery from Hastelow, and it just sneaks down the leg side. So, South Africa underway without a ball being bowled. So it's going to be an exciting game today, I think. It's not necessarily vital in the sense of qualifying for the semi-finals, because both of these teams, having won all three of their first three games, are pretty much guaranteed to make the semi-finals as long as they don't get upset in the final round. But it will be really interesting to see two of the top teams playing against each other. Ooh, that's short and wide from Hastelow, and Schmidt probably could have got another wide for his team if he'd left it alone. Two slips. That's Ben Rapson and Hardeep Singh waiting for a little tickle. No timing that time from Schmidt. Looks like a good pitch. The word is that it's usually a good wicket here at Claremont up on the Ardern Oval, which is where we are. Down behind us today, Zimbabwe are playing Namibia on the Burt Oval. So batsman and bowler just feeling each other out a little bit in this first over. Schmidt not looking too keen to take the attack to Hastelow yet. Nice clip off his legs. This time beats the fielder at square leg. That's Scott Mara, who has to race back and tidy up. 2 runs. So first runs off the bat for Kyle Schmidt ends the first over. South Africa 3 without loss. So another change for New Zealand from their match yesterday is Paddy Sullivan back into the New Zealand side. He had a little bit of an injury the last couple of days. So he's missed the last 2 matches that New Zealand have played actually. That was Wales and Sri Lanka. But he's back in the side now. The bearded policeman, the left arm pace bowler. He'll be bowling to Warren Dugmore. Starts with a little bit of shape away from the left-hander. He's had a good start to the World Cup, Warren Dugmore, averaging 63 in the 4 matches that he's played, including this one. 126 runs for twice out, a couple of 50s. So he's in good form. And he was also a star at the South African over 40's IPT, which is their national tournament. Scored 283 runs there at an average of 94, strike rate of 107. So he'll be a key wicket for New Zealand to take if they can. Oh, good shape away again from Paddy Sullivan. Might give Dugmore the benefit of the doubt that he pulled his bat away there. Oh, a little bit edgy. Thick outside edge down to third man for 1. Another beautiful hot sunny day here in Cape Town. The last week or so has been lovely and hot and sunny, not a hint of rain. Word is that there is some rain coming over the weekend, but then next week looks fine as well. Here's Sullivan to the right-handed Schmidt, maybe trying to angle it in a little bit. Aiming for that Yorker just slightly leg side-ish, and Schmidt whips it away down to fine leg. 1. So a pretty good start for Sullivan, just 2 runs off his first over. Warren Dugmore scores his runs quickly in that IPT that I mentioned. As we can see, the beautiful Table Mountain range that surrounds this ground on the right-hand side. I guess that's the south over there, is it? Is it south, roughly? I imagine so. Anyway, yeah. So that's the south, which would mean that the other side is north. So if you go far enough up there, you get to Egypt and then Europe. Lovely place, South Africa. Very scenic. Anyway, Warren Dugmore scores his runs quickly. He always goes at least 90 runs to 100 balls. Good player, former first-class cricketer. Just a wee bit of a delay here. Adam Hastelow might have lost his run-up. What's he doing here? Yeah, he's marking it out again. Castello's laid low by a gastro bug for the last 4 or 5 days. As I mentioned, he was feeling very crook yesterday morning. Went to hospital, got a drip put in, and that seemed to do the trick. He was feeling much better later in the day, and he's well enough to open the bowling for New Zealand. You can see James Marshall on your screen there. He's the New Zealand captain today, filling in for Peter Connell, who has a quad strain. James Marshall, the former black cap, played a few test matches in 1 days. Here's the first big shot of the day. Schmidt lofted out over cover. He hasn't got a lot on it, but it's a big big boundary out that side, and a bit of relay fielding. Nick Horsley and Nick Smith, the two Nicks. New Zealand will be hoping for a few Nicks with their bowling. Castello will have his first bowl to the left-handed Warren Dugmore, the South African captain. Down to 1 slip now. It's another easy guide down to third man. So both of these sides have had well, not very comfortable, fairly comfortable wins in each of their 3 first round matches. South Africa have beaten Sri Lanka and UAE, and who else? Wales. New Zealand have beaten Wales, India and Sri Lanka. Good delivery by Castello, nice and straight, but Schmidt very comfortable on the front foot. Schmidt hasn't been quite so successful in his 2 matches. He's scored 40 and 23, so he's got a couple of starts. Oh, actually, no, sorry, he's batted 3 times. He scored a total of 63 runs. That's a nice on drive, though. That'll give him a lot of confidence. Out to the boundary for 4. Really nice push from the big man. Good, powerful on drive. A lot of big units in this South African side. A big bunch of men. Into the back foot this time, pulled out to Scott Mara, who hustles in and makes Schmidt run a little bit harder for that single than he would have thought with a shot out to the boundaries. That finishes the over. South Africa 13 without loss. We're just catching up with the scoring. So the screen that you see there is not correct. Score is 13. Schmidt is on 10. Dugmore on 2. You can see a good few spectators starting to dribble in today with the home team playing. We're expecting a few people to wander by during the course of the day to this lovely Claremont Cricket Club. Oh, just a little bit of movement in again from Sullivan, and Schmidt trying to hit straight, just found the ball take the thick inside edge into his pad and out into the offside. Another good delivery from Sullivan. He's been pretty accurate this morning. The dot. Yep, good. Bit wider and beautifully hit through extra cover for 4 by Schmidt. Sullivan looking to try and induce the edge. All he does is induce the middle, and it's creamed through the covers. So this looks like a pretty good pitch for batting today, and South Africa looking fairly comfortable so far. Took one hand off the bat as he was playing that shot. That's short and smashed away. This should be 4 more, I think. Yes, that's a long boundary out there, but he's hit it well enough. So Sullivan erring in length slightly. A little too full maybe the ball before, and that one definitely too short. But well played by Kyle Schmidt, who's up to 19 now from 17. Pull again, and they'll take a quick single. Marshall has a shy. It's ricocheted off the bowler, and it's gone way in the air. No extra runs conceded. Good length delivery from Sullivan that will end his second over. 9 off it. Those 2 excellent boundaries to Kyle Schmidt. Welcome to you wherever around the world you might be, perhaps staying up a little bit late in New Zealand. It's 9:30, so not too late for most people. I'm sure we've got a lot of Kiwis tuning in. Welcome to you all. And of course, there'll be plenty of South Africans. Maybe having a sneaky peek at the footage while they're supposed to be working. Maybe you're joining us from the UK or Australia or India. Lots of interest in this tournament all around the world. There's a short cover in place now for Hastelow. That's Hardeep Singh. Oh, and he's chopped it nearly onto his stumps. Going back this time, Schmidt, and trying to force it away. And he got very thick inside edge, which he was lucky didn't go back onto his wickets. Schmidt has faced the Lions' share of the strike, 19 of the 25 deliveries that we've had so far. Dugmore just 6. Shout for LBW, umpire's not interested. Looked like it might have pitched outside leg. Get a replay here and have a look. No, the line was good. Maybe the height. And another good ball from Hastelow, left alone this time. That short cover that I mentioned has become a short mid-wicket for the left-hander. It's Hardeep Singh. He's stayed there. And that's where the ball just went just now. One slip, Ben Rapson and Bo Dench, the wicketkeeper. There's a fine leg and a third man. I think that's all fielders outside the circle. And one of them comes into play now. That's Jerem Wiley at fine leg. Another much anticipated match today is England versus Australia. That game just underway. They're only in the first over. Keep an eye on that one throughout the day. Those are the two unbeaten teams in Pool A. That's very short from Hastelow, an outside off stump, and Schmidt can't time it at all. All he can do is bunt it baseball style down to mid-on. End of the over from Hastelow, 2 runs off it. So the wicket looks good, but it just also maybe looks a little bit slow again. Schmidt in particular has struggled with his timing against the shorter delivery, apart from that one that he smashed for 4. Nice ball from Sullivan, still getting a little bit of curve away from the left-hander, and well left by Dugmore. Driven well by Dugmore, but a little bit outside edge of the bat-ish, and it's gone down to third man where Hastelow races around. He's a fit guy and has a good arm. 2 more for Dugmore. Another good delivery from Sullivan, not giving Dugmore any room. Just a short of a length delivery, moving away slightly. Apart from those 2 boundary balls that he conceded in the last over, he has been pretty good today, Sullivan. And New Zealand will be hoping he can swing the ball around a little bit longer. Oh, slashed away over the slips down to the boundary for 4. Sullivan induces the wild drive from Dugmore, but he goes at it hard, and it goes flying over the top of Hardeep Singh and Ben Rapson in the slips there. So a little bit of luck for South Africa. Wide, and he followed it, and it went between the 2 slips, but well over the top of them. No real chance of a catch. Full toss from Hastelow, a low one, which is knocked out to deep mid wicket. So that's the 3rd fielder outside the circle for the right-hander. Scott Mara riding the boundary out there. Another low full toss beats the dive of mid-off, out to the boundary for 4. Leighton Parsons went full length to try and drag. He directs his bounce as well. Dugmore hooking it, top edge, and very safely and calmly taken by Jerem Wiley down here at fine leg. New Zealand have shelled a few skiers in the last couple of days, so there would have been a couple of hearts and mouths, but not for Wiley. And New Zealand make the first breakthrough after some early exchanges both ways. One in New Zealand says the coverage has been frozen. So just waiting to see who the new batsman is for South Africa. Charles Groenewald. Have I said that right? Groenewald? Groenewald. All right, I'll practice that one. Wow, what a shot first off. Actually, that's Schmidt, but beautiful on drive. Shot of the day so far. That was sumptuous. A little bit too full from Sullivan again. But the timing and power from Schmidt was top draw. Oh, Sullivan. Something happened here. I don't know if he lost his run-up. He aborted it just as he was getting into his delivery stride. He won't be happy with that. He's a bit of a fiery character sometimes. Paddy Sullivan, you can see him shaking his head. He's a lovely chap off the field, but he does get fired up when he's got the ball in hand. Swatted away by Schmidt out to Nick Smith, who's riding the boundary. Good fielder, Nick Smith. Is it working? Okay. All right, Charles Groenewald, another left-hander, taking his first ball. It's a nice confident drive for him to get underway. No run though. Now, I don't know too much about Groenewald. I'll look up some of his stats and see what I can find. Oh, what a great delivery. That's cut him in half. Diving attempt by Bo Dench, the wicketkeeper, to haul that one in. Don't know if there was bat on that. We'll have to see what the umpire says. Runs. So that was a nick, I suppose, from Sullivan. What a great delivery. The batsman was really sliced in half there, and it ended up going on the leg side. Bo Dench diving across. Couldn't haul it in. Some catch that would have been. And that's wide. So Charles Groenewald at the South African over 40s IPT. I wouldn't say he was a standout. He averaged 40 from 4 innings, strike rate of 68, highest score of 46. And in this World Cup, he's only had the 1 innings where he scored 31 off 63 deliveries. He does bowl though, so maybe he's in the side as an all-rounder. Batting at number 3 for South Africa today. Eight runs off the over, but it was a bit better than that would suggest. Especially that delivery that caught the edge of Groenewald, the inside edge. A few spectators coming in, as I said, looking for the shady parts of the ground. If you are in the Cape Town region, it's going to be a wonderful day of cricket. Lovely and warm. The bar is open at the Claremont Cricket Club. We've got an entertaining day of cricket in store. Still no change in the bowling. Hastelow will bowl his 5th. He's got 1 for 23 from 4 so far. And South Africa going at 6 and over. Now that is another full toss, which it looks as though he's maybe hidden to his pad. It just bobbled up on the leg side somehow. Another full toss from Hastelow. Beats the dive of Leighton Parsons again into some tyres that are set up. Well, not set up, but sitting on the boundary edge. They're there to keep the covers down. So Hastelow, he does have that wicket, but he's bowled about 3 or 4 full tosses that have been put away so far. That is smashed away by Schmidt dismissively, or dismissively, I guess, for him. A little bit short of a length from Hastelow. And he just rocked back and smashed it away, smashed it away. That sole wicket that New Zealand have taken, the top edge caught down at fine leg, quite against the run of play. Apart from that, and possibly 1 or 2 edges, South Africa have looked fairly comfortable. There's going to be another boundary. That is an imperious pull shot from Schmidt. So the short ball not working on him. He is looking like a very powerful player. 3 boundaries in that over, and James Marshall will have some thinking to do. He's missing Peter Connell today, who would normally be opening the bowling for New Zealand. So we may see Jerem Wiley come in from the far end if Hastelow has a break. Also, Simon Murphy, who was scheduled to play, he's another seamer. He had to pull out because he injured himself in warm-ups. I think he has a quad injury as well, so a few quad problems within the squad. South Africa going at 6.7. They're up to 60 after 9 overs. Good start for them. It could be setting New Zealand a big target here today. Nicely clipped off his legs by Grunewald, and has the fielder managed to keep it in there? He has. Good work by Leighton Parsons. He must have just got it inches inside the line. How many did they run there? Just the 2. Okay, so good piece of fielding from Leighton Parsons. Again, full from Sullivan. No run this time. There's quite a few big hitters to come in the South African lineup. The likes of Nathan Jones, who hit 60 off about 40 balls yesterday, I think. Johan Fourie, who's a big hitter. Brandon Buckley, all big men who hit a big ball. Jacko Castle, I think, is probably playing today. He can whack it, as can Yasir Ditta. So, South African top order, setting a good base for those hitters to come in and exploit. New Zealand choosing to bowl first, interestingly. New Zealand have batted first in each of their 3 matches, so perhaps looking to test themselves chasing, given that, as I mentioned, this match, while interesting and exciting, is maybe not crucial in terms of the final standings. Both of these teams probably will qualify for the semi-finals. It may just be a question of which position they're in, first or second, and that will determine which of the sides from the other pool they play in the semi-finals. Speaking of which, England are playing Australia now, sorry. England 18 for 1 after 6 overs. So, clash of the heavyweights there, with great batting of England against the awesome bowling of Australia. And the bowling of Australia taking first blood, 18 for 1. Okay, we're going to see some spin early on. That's interesting. Nick Smith is going to bowl some slow left arm from the far end. Is that the Muizenberg end up there? Is that what we called it last year? Oh. Muizenberg? Muizenberg, yeah. Smith bowled very well yesterday. 7 overs, 2 for 28. Really put the screws on when New Zealand were getting smashed all over the place. Still got the field up though, just 3 men allowed out. Starts with a wide. That's a little bit tough from the umpire, I thought. Didn't seem too wide. Smith now knows what his parameters are. Mhm. Good shot by Schmidt, leaning back and crashing that shortish delivery from Nick Smith out through the cover boundary for 4. So Smith to Schmidt. And he's only allowed 3 fielders out, so he's got a deep mid-wicket, a long on and a long off, as you'd expect, which means there's no protection on the offside outside the circle. Ooh, one just bobbles up on the offside. It's a good finish to the over for Nick Smith, but there were 6 runs off that. England have lost a 2nd wicket. They are 20 for 2. Wickets to Jamie Pinelli and Andrew Downton. And Nick Compton, the former England Test opener, is at the wicket now. Much more comfortable for South Africa in this game here. They're cruising along at 6.4 and over, 70 for 1 after 11. Paddy Sullivan putting in a big shift to start, into his 6th over now. Still getting a bit of swing. Might be why he's being kept on. Sullivan, the policeman from Christchurch. Well, they're going to take a quick single here. James Marshall, he's quick across the crease, across the field. He came diving in, just couldn't quite pick up the ball. I think if he'd picked that up cleanly and hit the stumps, Schmidt might have been in a little bit of trouble. Shout for LBW, but I could see from here that was pitching outside leg. No chance of getting that one. But they will get a leg by South Africa. Good length, that one from Sullivan. As you may know, there's an over 60s World Cup going on at the same time as this over 40s World Cup. It's taking place in Chennai, India. I'm sure it's hot over there as well. As Schmidt goes down the ground, one bounce, two bounces, just to the right of the side screen for four more. Lovely shot from Schmidt. Very simple, just putting a foot down the wicket and hitting straight through the line. Runs flowing for South Africa. Tossed up, outside off stump by Nick Smith. I think this one might be a bit flatter. Yes, it is. So in that over 60s World Cup, New Zealand are actually playing South Africa. And things probably going a little bit more New Zealand's way in that match. Shout for LBW. Umpire thinks about it. Finger goes up. Breakthrough for New Zealand. What a wicket. The batsman standing around. He's not happy, but he's got to go. Nice flat delivery from Nick Smith. Coming in with the arm, perhaps. Smith going forward to play a forward defensive shot. And struck in line. Big shout from the Kiwis. And the finger goes up. Wicket number 2. Good innings from Carl Schmidt. He'd made his way really quickly up to 49 from just 39 deliveries. But as we'll see on the replay here, he's been adjudged LBW, 1 run short of that 50. Yeah, just angled in nicely from Nick Smith. Schmidt was forward. I'm not sure what he was complaining about or unhappy about. Maybe he felt he'd got outside the line. Maybe he felt he was a bit far forward. But the umpire is the one who makes the decision, and his decision was out. South Africa, 77 for 2. Just quickly on that over 60s match between South Africa and New Zealand. South Africa batted first, 218 for 9 from their 45. And New Zealand, 128 without loss. Craig Gibb, a name who will be familiar to some of our viewers in New Zealand. Plays a lot of over 50s cricket, has represented New Zealand at over 50s level. Was on 78 not out from 70 deliveries. So we'll keep an eye on that one throughout the day. Also, England versus Australia. England, 27 for 3. Nick Compton has been dismissed for 4. They've got another big name in now, Darren Stevens, test for England. Also a test for the new South African batsman at the crease, Brandon Buckley, another left-hander. That's 3 of their top 4 have been left-handers. Brandon Buckley, I believe, is the wicket-keeper. former first-class player. He just played a couple of games for Gauteng, 2 first-class games and 3 List A games. So important wicket for Nick Smith in that over, dismissing the dangerous Kyle Schmidt. He has 1 for 11 from 2 overs. Brandon Buckley was another good performer at the South African IPT, as you'd imagine, to be picked in the South African team. He averaged 65 at that tournament, and so far, hang on, come back to that. Paddy Sullivan continuing, bowling his 7th over now. Actually, it looks like this is his 3rd game in this tournament. He's averaged 22, 45 runs so far, highest score of 34. That's Brandon Buckley I'm talking about, and he's on strike now. 2 lefties at the wicket and 1 bowling. Actually, 2 of them bowling. So it's an all left-handers game at the moment. 2 left-handed batsmen, 2 left-handed bowlers. And I'm left-handed as well, so left-handed commentator. This is how the world should be. Ball again from Sullivan. He's really been hammering away at that Yorker length delivery all day. Hasn't quite got many of them right. That one was good though. We're getting a bit of swing, Paddy Sullivan. That one definitely shaping away from the left-hander. Trying a little bit too hard, or asking the ball to do too much there that time. Paddy Sullivan started down leg and couldn't swing it back in or back away. The run rate was up to 6.7 at one stage. It's now 5.6. Still a good start, but Nick Smith has pulled things back as he did yesterday, and Paddy Sullivan has bowled a couple of good overs his last 2. So 5.6, 5.7 the run rate. England struggling against that really good Australian bowling attack. They're 31 for 4. Darren Stevens got a duck. So the 2 big name players for England, Nick Compton and Darren Stevens, scoring 4 runs between them. Jamie Pinelli, he's been fantastic so far in this tournament. He's got 3 for 14. He's on fire. England's in all sorts of trouble, 31 for 4. Nick Smith. Down leg side, well taken by Bo Dench, but it is a wide. Ooh, hit on the pad. No appeal from the bowler. From this angle, which is a bit off centre, it didn't look like the worst shout. Nicely bowled from Nick Smith, dragging the ball a little bit wider. Good bit of fielding points by Paddy Sullivan, diving away, protecting that good over. Just 2 runs off it, a wide and a single. And that will bring up the first drinks break. After 15 overs, South Africa 81 for 2, going at 5.5. So we'll take a little break, be back in about 5 minutes. Paddy Sullivan's marathon spell continues. He's into his 8th over. It's a good effort from the big guy. Again, full. Hammered up to mid-off. None for 32 he has. It's 4.5 and over. So if he's going to bowl 8, I wonder if he just might as well bowl 9. Tough to get him to come back for 1 over. Good delivery. He's still bowling with good pace for a 40-year-old. Be the quickest bowler in the New Zealand side. Kieran Wiley can bowl a heavy ball as well, but not quite as quick as Sullivan. Cut away. Out to the boundary for 4. There's no one out there. Just had to check. But very nice shot. It's from Charles Grunewald. That's his first boundary. Rocking back. He got a bit of extra room that time, did Grunewald. And it's a fast outfield here at Claremont. We're up at the Burt Oval. I think I might have said the Ardern Oval. That's the one below us. Full toss, hit down the ground. This will be another boundary. Jerome Wiley can give up the chase there. So again, the ball just a bit full from Sullivan. He's been at his best when he's bowled short of a length today. So not quite sure why he's continued to strive for that Yorker. Okay, can you not? Is someone going up the ladder?
Slowing down.
Okay. Hold off. Offer out, interestingly. So I can only count 2 fielders outside the ring. Interesting tactic from James Marshall, the stand-in captain today. So cut out again to cover on the boundary. Who's there now? That's Paddy Sullivan protecting that cover area. Into the over, 5 runs off that one, the boundary and the single. Okay, another change. Paddy Sullivan's 8-over spell has come to an end at 8 overs, and we're going to see some more spin in the shape of Ben Rapson. So one Christchurch player replacing another. Ben Rapson bowls off spin. He's been more to the fore with the bat in this tournament. Scored 77 of 34 deliveries against Wales the other day, but he's got a job to do with the ball now. Still plays Premier level cricket in Christchurch, primarily as a bowler. What can he do against these two left-handers? We'll be starting to Brandon Buckley, one slipping place. Oh, that's a good delivery to start with. Angling in on middle and leg, a little bit of turn perhaps. Take a single, but not a comfortable one, as it's bat onto pad and squirts down to short fine leg. Just slightly slower from Rapson that time. He has a long on and long off back. He also has a cover sweeper and a square leg on the boundary. That's a nice delivery. Full outside the off stump. That's the end of a very encouraging over from Ben Rapson. Nice start from him. 6 good deliveries. South Africa getting close to the 100. and 96 for 2 after 18 overs. That's 5.4 an over. If they were to continue at that rate, they'd end up on 243. These matches are 45 over games at World Cup level. That applies to the over 40s, 50s and 60s. Must be quite tough for the over 60s over in Chennai. Hot there. So it's an important phase here. New Zealand's 2 finger spinners in action. One left arm, one right arm. Bowling to 2 left-handed batsmen. A chance to put the screws on a wee bit. These 2 batsmen have hit the loose balls, but they haven't tried to hit the good balls. Unlike Schmidt. Swept away. Good fielding by Jerem Wiley. That's a nice dive over to his right. That would have gone for 4 if he hadn't got there. Good work from the big man. And tumbling save on the offside this time from Ben Rapson. Prevents a run. Oh, that's slammed away beautifully. No stopping that. Really nice shot by the left-handed Doug Moore. Finding the gap between extra cover and mid-off. Grunewald that was, sorry. No, it was Buckley. Thank you. That's slammed away beautifully. No stopping that. It's a good finish to the over for South Africa, rather spoiling what had been a really good over for Nick Smith. Oh, great delivery from Rapson. Beats Grunewald. Be a tiny bit of spin. Ooh, beaten again. Trying to cut Grunewald. Missing into the safe hands of Bo Dench. Good bit of fielding from James Marshall. They think about the run as he parries it away a little bit. Ah, this one gets through. Scott Mara, I think that might have been, allowing that one to sneak under his body, and they do get a single to end the over, but it was a very good over otherwise. Speaking of good play, we talked about that over 60s World Cup match between these two teams, South Africa and New Zealand. New Zealand chasing 219 to win that match, or 187 without loss. Craig Gibb, 112 not out. So that's great news for the former New Zealand over 50s player, who's a prolific run scorer in Christchurch club cricket still. The familiar name to the over 50s community in New Zealand. And England just recovering slightly from being 31 for 4. They're now 61 for 4 against Australia. South Africa brought up their 100 recently in this match. 102 for 2 they are. Fighting hard on this warm, sunny summer's day. Bit of a breeze up here on the scaffolding, cooling things down for us. Straight bowling again from Smith. Bowled well today, Nick Smith. 4.6 and over, he's going out. Shout for LBW, that could be close. No. Might have been 2 sounds. Not sure if we'll get a replay on that one. Throws it out a bit wider and beats the outside edge of Groenewald. Another excellent over, maiden in fact. Really well done from Nick Smith. Let's just have a quick look at that LBW shout. We are at the reverse angle here. Maybe outside off. Hitting him. Ben Rapson has been excellent. Just 3 runs off his 2 overs. And South Africa have been tied down a little bit. When Carl Schmidt was dismissed, they were 77 off 12.5 overs. In the last 8 or so overs, they've only scored 25 runs. That's short and wide though, slammed away. Is it going to be picked up? No, the cover fielder was in quite away from the boundary, probably about 20 metres in from the boundary, and it was just to his left, hit with some power. And because he was so far in off the boundary, he couldn't get there to stop that one. First poor delivery from Ben Rapson, short and wide. He's pushed back a little bit now, that boundary fielder, that's Farhan Mirza. See him at the bowling crease a little bit later, the joint leading wicket taker in the tournament. Short again. Hoisted away, not with timing though. And good bit of fielding by Adam Hastelow keeps it to 1. Fields well off his own bowling. He's a big unit, but he's quite athletic. He moves well across the ground. Very good pair of hands. We saw him take 2 excellent catches against Wales in the slips. That's going to go for runs. Mirza keeps it to 1. So runs flowing a little bit more easily in this over. Off the bowling of Rapson. And another one to the total. Farhan Mirza getting plenty of action in this over, which has just come to an end. 7 off it. Now, we've only mentioned the England-Australia game so far today. There are 6 games in total today in this tournament. Another one is the North American Derby, Canada versus USA. Canada have made a good start. They're 90 for 1 after about halfway through their innings. And here is Mirza, Farhan Mirza. He's going to replace Nick Smith. Nick Smith bowled 6 overs, 1 for 23. He was excellent. Maybe James Marshall thinking he'll save those remaining 3 for later in the innings. Farhan Mirza has 9 wickets in this tournament, which makes him equal top of the wicket-taking charts, and those have come at under 13 each. Starts with a full toss, which, beaten everything. It's beaten the batsman, the keeper. It's gone down to the boundary for 4 byes. So somewhat lucky to get away with that big full toss in terms of being hit, but ended up costing his team 4 runs. Swung away out to the vacant mid-wicket area for 4 runs. Good shot by Brandon Buckley, not allowing the leg spinner to settle. Saw Mirza a little bit expensive yesterday. The Sri Lankans took to him, hitting him very cleanly straight. So he does take wickets, but he can be hittable at the same time. Run rate is around 5 in this tournament. Jerem Wiley has moved back to backward square leg on the boundary. Long on and long off, both up. Where's this one gone? It's been pulled away out to the boundary for 4 more. Straight past Scott Mara at square leg, who may have lost sight of it. But change of bowling not working for New Zealand so far. The 4 byes off the first ball and then 2 boundaries off the bat. So 12 runs added to the South African total in that over. They are now up to 121 for 2. Setting a good foundation. Just past the halfway mark in this innings. Only lost the 2 wickets. So with some big hitters to come, they should be looking at a total well in excess of 250. Wicket looks good. Buckley goes for a big slog sweep. He somehow managed to squirt the ball down to the boundary for 4. Certainly wasn't where he intended. He was looking for straight mid wicket, and he somehow got it down to fine leg. A little bit unlucky, Ben Rapson. It's pretty good delivery. Lady Parsons gave chase right to the end. Just gave it up as he saw it was going to hit the rope before he could get there. That's a nice shot from Buckley. It's work for Wiley to do. Can't get there. 4 more. Diving across to his right. South Africa opening up now in the last 2 or 3 overs. 3 boundaries coming in the previous one. 2 in this over. And after a quiet patch of about 7 or 8 overs, these 2 batsmen who are now settled are starting to open up. Buckley 32 off 32. Groenewald 22 off 49. So it really has been Buckley who's been doing most of the hitting. So while the ball returns, I can tell you England have lost a 5th wicket. Jamie Pinelli has 4 of them. 4 for 29 from his 9 he's done. What a great spell. Good finish to the over for Rapson, but another expensive one. New Zealand bowling figures. Adam Hastelow 1 for 35 from 7. Paddy Sullivan bowled 8 on the trot, 1 for 40. Nick Smith has been the most economical, 1 for 23 from 6. Ben Rapson, who's just finished his 4th over, none for 19. A little bit expensive in the last couple. And Farhan Mirza has gone for 8 in his 1 over. South African run rate, 5.5. See, that's the Claremont Cricket Club there. Lovely clubhouse that they have. Actually, it's called the Clubhouse. There's two grounds. There's one to the left of picture there. That's where Zimbabwe are playing Namibia. And over to the right, this is where we are. That's the Ardern Oval for South Africa versus New Zealand. We're all perched up on this 6-metre high scaffolding tower, enjoying the view. Full again, and good bit of fielding by Scott Mara this time. He was desperate to stop that one. Paddled around the corner by Grunewald, and Scott Mara threw himself after that ball. Kept it to 1. Cut away, but there is protection out there. Ooh, cries of catch it. Might have just taken the bat as Buckley tried to sweep that ball that was very full from Mirza. Ends his over. Just 3 off it. A better one from him. Good delivery from Rapson, right on the money there. Another good delivery, not giving any width to the 2 batsmen. That's where he's erred ever so slightly in his spell. That's 3 or 4 dots now in this over for Rapson. Can he close out the over? 3 dots. 3 good balls. Grunewald, who's been the least aggressive of these 2 batsmen. Good fielding by James Marshall. Probably the best of the New Zealand fielders. He was a good fielder when he played for New Zealand. He's still pretty sprightly for a 45-year-old. Another good fielder is Nick Smith, who collects that one fielding at point. A little bit leg side. That's going to be a wide, I think. No, it must have clipped something on the way through. Umpire says it's a dot ball. So Rapson escapes with, is that a maiden over? I think it might have been. Yes, it was. Well done for Rapson. 5 overs, none for 19 he has now. Full hit over cover. There is protection there, and protection protects, and they take 2. Lofted drive. He gets a lot of wickets in the covers caught. Oh, that's really full, too full. Might even be a full toss. I mean, a no ball. Have to wait for the umpire signal. It's not timed by the batsman, and they just take 2. So Mirza erring in length. He hasn't quite got that fizz. His nickname's Fizz because when he's bowling well, you can hear the ball fizzing as it goes down the wicket. But he's just bowled a bit too full, I think, in this spell so far. Careful. Full again, full toss, hit into the covers. He's escaped. There's a couple of poor deliveries not being punished in this over. It's a little bit short this time. And Nick Smith can't cut it off. Hit powerfully out to mid-wicket. So Mirza not getting his length right in this over. He's bowled too full and then this last ball too short. Taking the pressure off. Rapson had bowled a maiden in the previous over and he needed Mirza to back it up with a good tight one. Right, a little bit of tinkering in the field for Ben Rapson. We've got Nick Horsley going back to the cover boundary. He's about 10 metres off that boundary. There's a deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. 4 men back for Grunewald, who blocked out a maiden in the last over that Rapson bowled. It's been a bit slow today, Grunewald. 24 off. provide a different test for Ben Rapson. Both lefties, but one looking to be much more aggressive than the other. And he is aggressive here, although there's a chance of a catch to Jerem Wiley, who takes it safely. He's got a good pair of hands down there, Jerem Wiley. And the pressure that Ben Rapson had created by bowling to Charles Grunewald has paid off with the wicket of the other batsman, Brandon Buckley, who timed it really nicely. It was a good clean shot, but it's a long boundary there. And Jerem Wiley is very safe under the high ball. He's shown that twice today now, taking 2 steady catches down there. So the partnership ends. It was a partnership of about 68. And it ends with Brandon Buckley being caught by Jerem Wiley from the bowling of Ben Rapson for 41. So Rapson gets some good reward for tight bowling. He's got one for 20 now. And another breakthrough. So just as the South Africans put partnerships together, they have lost wickets. First partnership was 40, the second was 33, second was 65. So the new batsman is Nathan Jones for South Africa. Now he's a big hitter, this guy. In the Africa Cup, which was held at the end of last year, he had an innings of about 70 off 30-something deliveries. And already in this tournament, he's had an innings of, I think, 65 off 39. So he's a powerful hitter. And he's obviously been sent in a little bit ahead of schedule to try and up that South African run rate. So this will be a key phase of play for New Zealand to see if they can restrict the aggressive Nathan Jones. They also have Johan Fourie to come in. He's a big hitter as well. I saw him in the warm-up game against Australia club some massive sixes. Just a bit of tinkering with the field. Long off is going to come up. So long off is up to Grunewald, who's some car alarm has gone off, and that's put off the bowler. Grunewald just 25 off 61 deliveries. That's a strike rate of 40. And Hardeep has a good tight over to start. Just one off it. Here's Ben Repson. Tossed up and beat Nathan Jones. Plays the first aggressive shot of his innings, trying to drive that through the covers. There's big gap if he can get it through. No one out there protecting that boundary. Long off goes back. So long off and long on back now. Ooh, bit of bounce from Rapson, beating the attempted cut shot of Jones, who is having a quiet start to his innings. 2 off 10 deliveries. A couple of balls before the drinks break. He's got hold of this one though, and it's going out towards the boundary. It'll take some chasing by Adam Hastelow, but he does that with a bit of footwork. And good throw back from Hastelow as well, makes Grunewald run hard to come back for 3. Oh, good diving save by James Marshall. Excellent work from the New Zealand stand-in captain today. Means a good end to the final ball of the 30th over. So we'll have a drinks break now. 147 for 3 is the score. South Africa going at under 5s now. When we come back in about 5 minutes, they'll have 15 overs left to set a total for New Zealand. Deep, continuing after drinks. Scott Meyer has been doing it a bit tough in the circle today. Hasn't had many easy balls to field. He's had a lot that he's had to dive for. So South Africa will probably be looking to score at least 100 off these last 15. Chance, maybe, no. Nathan Jones hitting it down towards long on, gets to him on the bounce. If they are to score that 100 off these last 15, I think Charles Groenewald will have to get a bit of a wriggle on. Hardeep coming round the wicket to him. Sure, if Groenewald would have been given a bit of a hurry up at the drinks break. We do have plenty of hitting to come. Here he comes. Uses his feet, but all he can do is hit it straight back to Hardeep Singh, the bowler, who finishes his second over. 4 he has off 2 overs. Good start for Hardeep, who is New Zealand's star player. I think it's fair to say. He's the leading run scorer in the tournament. We'll see him opening the batting after the lunch break. He has 307 runs, which is almost 100 runs more than the next guy in the tournament. 2 centuries. We'll talk more about him later, of course. Okay, Rapson continuing. He's got 2 overs left. He's just sending his long off back and his mid-wicket right back onto that long boundary at mid-wicket. Long on, right back on the rope as well. They've spotted that Nathan Jones is a big hitter and they've sent the boundary riders right back to the boundary. Jones goes out towards one of them. That's Hardeep Singh, who scurries in and throws a good, quick return in. Maybe not quite as accurate as it could have been. He's quick across the turf, Hardeep. Nice shot from Nathan Jones, just waiting on it and pushing it out to the covers where Adam Hastelow gives chase and throws in a nice return. Groenewald ran that first one hard, trying to come back for the second, but Hastelow's pretty quick out there. cut away. There's going to be more runs, more work for Hastelow to do, but he'll do it pretty well. Picks up one-handed and fires the ball in. Good effort. Now they'll think about two here. It's squirted out into an unusual gap, but Hastelow seems to be everywhere at the moment. And he's quick across the turf. Keeps that to 1. So another good over from Hardeep. He's bowled very straight. 3 overs, none for 8. Ben Rapson's also been very straight. 8 overs, 1 for 32. And a little quiet patch. Let's see if I can tell you what the runs have been over the last few overs. 19, 20, 22 off the last 6 overs. Marshall does really well to get to that ball, dives across and just parries it away as he's done a couple of times today, and he's hurt his hand a little bit. in doing so. I'm not sure if it was where the hand hit the ground. That's his right hand. Yeah, he's indicating that it was just as he dived. He's wringing the hand out. Hopefully he'll be okay because he's a very important part of the New Zealand batting lineup. He's just waved away the support crew. Here's Nathan Jones down the ground. And the catch is taken. I couldn't actually see it because it went down beneath us, but I can see Paddy Sullivan running back in, ball in hand. And the dangerous Nathan Jones falls without striking a blow in anger. Tried to hit that one straight over long off, but he just found the safe hands of Paddy Sullivan, as you can see on the replay there. So Ben Rapson gets a very well-deserved wicket, his second. He's been excellent today. And another South African perishes, trying to accelerate the scoring. Nathan Jones out for 15. And South Africa 164 for 4 now. Good reward for Ben Rapson and New Zealand. As I mentioned, the last 6 overs have only gone for about 22, 23 runs. And that created pressure on Nathan Jones. And I have to say that a little bit of the responsibility for this probably has to go to Charles Grunewald. He's batted slowly today, 31 off 75, and I feel that that's created pressure on the other batsmen, feeling that they need to hit out to compensate for Grunewald's slow scoring. Pretty sure that was the case with Brandon Buckley, who perished at long on, and looks that way also with Nathan Jones. So is Grunewald going to change his approach? New batsman, Lundi Mbane. Did I say that right, Bundy? Lundi Mbane. Yeah. Getting pretty good at the old South African names. A few times. Just 11 with the ball. Actually, that's his overall over 40's record, averaging just 11. At this World Cup, he's taken 8 wickets at an average of 6.38. That's outstanding. England recovering well from that precarious position they were in. They're now 105 for 5 after 28 overs. Park and Bishop together. You can see a few of the spectators there under the shady tree over to our left. There is plenty of shade and plenty of room if you do want to pop down later in the day. Assuming that you're in the Cape Town area, that is. Okay, Nick Smith is going to come back in after Hardeep bowled a couple of really good overs. And Smith is swung away by Grunewald, and he finally gets a boundary. So that's his first boundary in a number of overs, pulling away that short delivery from Nick Smith. Hardeep Singh was bowling really well. He'd taken none for 8 from 3. But perhaps with the fall of that last wicket, James Marshall thinking that Nick Smith is the man who's more likely to take a couple more wickets, which would really put South Africa on the back foot. Short pulled away again. I think he's miscued it though, and it's gone in front of square. I think he was aiming it behind square. 2 more, and a bit more urgency since Umbani's come to the crease. Urgency in Groenewold's batting, that is. They're going to look for 2 again because Greg Johnson has parried the ball down, which has slowed its pace out to long off, but they stick with 1. 171 for 4. 1 ball left in the 35th over. Shout for LBW from Nick Smith. He's got that nice appealing technique. He goes down on one knee, both arms in the air. Not out is the decision. So that's the end of 35 overs. That means 10 overs left to go in this innings. South Africa 171. If they can go at 7s for the last 10, they'll get to 240. If they can go at 9s, they'll get to 260. So Hardeep Singh has switched around. Whoopsie, the turban put me off. Switched around as I thought he might do because Rapson's bowled his 9 overs. Yeah, so Hardeep bowled the 3 overs for 8, and perhaps Nick Smith favouring the breeze from the far end. So Hardeep has swung around to the city end, I guess it is. Nice and straight from Hardeep. He's got a pretty repeatable action, and he's quite good at just dropping the ball short of a length. They'll pick up a single on a misfield. So Scott Mara hasn't had the best of times in the circle here today. A couple of little misfields. Ooh, that one's popped and bounced. Surprised Mbani. A little bit shorter and it's cut away. Bit of a chase for Leighton Parsons, which he will do. Tosses it up to Adam Hastelow, who fires the ball in. And that's the end of Hardeep's over. None for 15 he has from 4. So Lundi and Barney played a fair bit of first-class cricket. 62 first-class matches, 83 List A matches and 42 T20s. Had a highest first-class score of 71, so he can certainly bat. And with the ball, averaged just under 30. A pretty decent all-round cricketer. 41 years of age now. He played for Border and for the Warriors. Quick single here. Shy at the bowler's end, not accurate enough from Adam Hastelow, and no sign of Jerem Wiley at the bowling crease yet, or Scott Mara, or Leighton Parsons. So there's a few options for James Marshall if he wants them. He's just used the 6 bowlers so far, and Farhan Mirza still has 6. Just 36 runs off the last 10 overs, which represents pretty good height bowling from New Zealand. Including from this man, Hardeep Singh. None for 13 from his 4. Good return from Jerem Wiley. Strong arm. Nice from Hardeep. Flat into middle and leg of Mbani. And all he can do is just push it back to the bowler. Bat, you can see him examining it there. For Grunewald to open up. 8 overs to go. There's no point really in hanging around now. Now, can he finish this over off Hardeep? 4 singles off it. He will concede 1 off the last ball. Nick Horsley doing the fielding. Haven't mentioned Nick Horsley all that. To anchor this chase. Whatever it is. Ali Johnston there watching the proceedings today, the former first-class player from the West Indies, fast bowler, also player coach of the West Indies over 50s in the 2020 and 23 World Cups. He lives and coaches, I think he's the coach of Claremont, yes. So he was sitting there in the sun watching the action. Nick Smith into his last over, 1 for 31. Hit over and extra cover. Work to do for and that's his first boundary. He moves up to 9. Plays another inventive shot, giving himself some room, and Nick Smith tears back to long on to do the fielding himself. Very enthusiastic player, Nick Smith. Doesn't look 40 from far away. I think New Zealand will be happy with these singles at this stage of the innings. We are into what you'd call the death overs. Down the track, I don't think that was a chance. I think it might have been hit down into the ground. Anyway, it's a dot ball, and Nick Smith finishes his spell. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38. So excellent from him again. He's a pretty reliable bowler, is Nick Smith. And he's done a great job for New Zealand in this tournament. 6 overs to go. South Africa, 189 for 4. That's 4.9 and over. Starts for all of the batsmen. Every batsman has reached double figures. No one's gone on to get 50. Warren Dugmore, 17. Kyle Schmidt, 49. Charles Groneveld is 46 not out. He's got a chance if he can get it in 6 overs. Brandon Buckley, 41. Nathan Jones, 15 the last to go. Lundi Mbani is 10 not out. Hardeep Singh will continue. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 18. Bowled straight. A bit of bounce. 3 wicket takers for New Zealand. Adam Hastelow took 1 for 35 from 5. Nick Smith 1 for 38 from 9. Ben Rapson, he bowled really well, 2 for 33 from 9. Those are the 3 wicket takers. He's got that variation, Hardeep, where he pauses before he bowls. He's all arms and legs, as I mentioned, and then he just stops as he's about to get into his delivery stride sometimes. He's a real thinking man's cricketer, is Hardeep, always looking at ways to be a little bit different, both with bat and ball. That's lofted down to long on for 1. Yeah, very inventive cricketer is Hardeep Singh. Plays shots that other people don't even think of. And he's always looking at weird and wonderful ways to play cricket a little bit differently. Oh, sorry, am I on? Yep. A few comments coming through on the YouTube feed. Thank you for all those. Mark Shepherd says it's time to get a wriggle on, boys. Need at least 250 to defend. Might agree with that. Ivan Pretorius kind of agrees. He says after the fast start, we should have done better, especially with the hitters we have at the back. Ivan also says Grunewald must go hard or get out. So last year for the over 50s World Cup, and New Zealand played Australia. That was, from memory, about 180 played 180. It was a very close finish. Came down to the last over, and chasing was a little bit difficult in the afternoon. All right, as I thought we might see, Jerem Wiley is going to come into the attack for the first time today to bowl 2 or 3 overs from the Musenberg end. He's paces, but he's decent pace. Oh, and he's got a wicket first ball. It wasn't a Yorker at all. I think that totally surprised Grunewald. He might have been expecting some more slow bowling, and Jerem Wiley hit a hard length, got Grunewald on the back foot, chopped it down, and his leg bail has been dislodged. So Grunewald's vigil, shall we call it, 48 off 94 deliveries, comes to an end. Has he made a good contribution to his team by scoring those 48 runs and playing the anchor role, or has he chewed up too many balls? Time will tell. But good start for Jerem Wiley. You can see he just comes sort of lumbering in, and Grunewald probably wasn't expecting too much, but he hit the hard length. And yeah, it did look like it surprised him for pace. Wiley gave him a tiny little bit of a send-off. He's a combative character, Jerem Wiley. And he has figures of 1 for none from 0.1. New Zealand capture their 5th wicket, which is the same number of wickets that Australia have captured. England fighting back there, 137 for 5. Gary Park has brought up a 50. Okay, the new batsman is Johan Fourie. He's a big hitter. What can he do? over into the guns. Great shot by Lundi Imbani. No chance for Ben Rapson to catch that one. It's gone down into the Burt Oval, where Zimbabwe are playing Namibia. The man who's trying to throw the ball back has a little bit trouble getting it up the bank. Manages on the second attempt. So good clean shot by... Is that the first 6 of the innings? I think it is. Yes. A few have tried and failed. I was saying before that Hardeep doesn't get driven much. Well, he was driven for 6 that time, and now he's back onto that back of a length. Ooh, it's going to be a wide. Just straining for that extra bit of pace. Good scrambling fielding by Hardeep. Hit down the ground again. No, he's... Oh, is he going to... Ah, bowling from South Africa. They realise that they're really coming all that frequently, so they're running hard. .214 for 6, South Africa. 2 overs to go. Hardeep Singh's going to bowl one of those, bowling right at the death here. Hardeep, he has none for 30 from 7. It's a great spell. 4.29 was his run rate. Thinking about coming back for 2. They might have made it as the throw was slightly off target. Mbani goes back and punches it up wide of long off, and they do come back for 2. There's a bit of a delay at the far end. Mbani wasn't sure about coming back, but Jacko Castle insisted. So Mbani did, and they made it. First 4 in 5 overs. We did have a 6 in there somewhere as well, but bowled him! Hardeep goes really full for the first time in this bowling spell, and I don't think Mbani was expecting that. It was right up in his block hole, and he went to swing over the top, and he lost his off bail. The leg bail remains intact. So good reward for Hardeep Singh. Hardeep Singh has bowled the most he'll be able now have Werner Muhlmann joining Jacko Castle. Castle goes down the ground. Muhlmann nearly falls over attempting his first run. So third man's going to come up. We've got long on, long off, back, cover sweeper, mid wicket. There might be not sure where the last man is. Oh, he's at cow corner. Swing and a miss from Werner Muhlmann facing his first delivery. Wiley goes length. Through to keeper Bo Dench, who's been pretty good behind the stumps today. Just the one set of buys, which went for 4. And that's full on the pads of Muhlmann, and all he can do is get a leg by. So excellent death bowling from Jerem Wiley. Top scorer for South Africa, Kyle Schmidt, 49. No one's reached 50. That's an odd shot. He's gone about a metre over to the offside, sorry. And I think he was trying to scoop it around to the leg side, but Wiley followed him and it was full, so he couldn't get any contact on that. Jacko Castle, he's a bit upset with himself. Right, 2 balls left. Goes straight. He'll look for 2, but there's some good alert fielding by Scott Mara at long on. Keeps it to 1. So now Werner Muhlmann has 1 delivery left to try and get South Africa up to 230. Gives himself room, guides it down to Ben Rapson at third man, who sensibly just lobs the ball back to Jerem Wiley. They take 1. The innings ends. South Africa 227 for 7. That is a run rate of... I don't have it in front of me. I'll have to work that out. We'll let you know. But good comeback from New Zealand. But still, it'll be a stiff target because South Africa do have an excellent bowling lineup. So when we come back in about 40 minutes' time, New Zealand will need 228 to win this round 4 match. Welcome back here to Claremont Cricket Club. New Zealand just about to start its chase of 228 to beat South Africa in this round 4 match of the IMC Over 40's World Cup. My name's Jim Morrison. I'm here with Shoaib and Bundi and Nicole, the Pitch Vision team, bringing you this second innings. Here we go. Daniel Steyer, I think it is. Is this Steyer?
Yeah, I see.
Oh, Jacko Castle it is. Opening bowling, and Leighton Parsons and Hardeep Singh are the New Zealand batsmen. Two slips, crouching in anticipation. Parsons plays a bit of a nothing shot, just trying to dab it down, and goes through to the keeper. That's Werner Mullman. South Africa will be looking for an early breakthrough here, rip into the New Zealand middle order, but Leighton Parsons safely off the mark. Doesn't look like there's any terrible great pace in Jacko Castle's bowling. I believe we will see the pace from Daniel Steyer, though. He's possibly the quickest bowler in the tournament, as far as I can tell. Now here's Hardeep Singh, the World Cup's leading run scorer. 307 runs he has from 3 innings. An average over 100. Ooh, and he's beaten first up. I thought I heard a little nick, but obviously not. Good delivery to start off. This will be the best bowling attack that Hardeep has faced in this tournament, with all due respect to India, Wales and Sri Lanka. That is a catch. That is a nick, and he's gone for a duck. South Africa delighted. Hardeep Singh has nicked off, very similar to the ball before. This time it just nibbled a little bit away off the wicket, and Hardeep Singh feathers one through to Werner Mullman, does the rest. And New Zealand's star batsman, in fact the tournament star batsman, gone without a single run. New Zealand 1 for 1. Early success for South Africa in the very first over of the New Zealand chase. That brings James Marshall to the wicket at number 3. He has scored quickly in this tournament without scoring in bulk. 34 off 21, 31 off 13, and then a second ball duck against Sri Lanka. So he's got a big one in him. Is today the day? Facing Jacko Castle. And he will be off the mark with a nice push down the ground. They'll probably take 2. They did. Great over though to start for South Africa. Jacko Castle taking a wicket in his first over. New Zealand 3 for 1. Needing 228 to win this game. A few pearls of wisdom on the YouTube comments. Mark Shepherd has predicted that the speed merchant Dan Steyer is going to come in firing. MG Barnard has provided a statistic without a source that the average score on this pitch is 176 and the second innings is 136. So I'm not sure where he's got that from or what time frame, what standard that refers to. I've also heard that 290 is a par score on this, so who knows? We do know is that Daniel Steyer is going to open the bowling from the commentary end, number 41. He bowls with heat. Starts with a length ball that gets up around the chest of Leighton Parsons, but he plays it comfortably. Whoa, and that's bounced and caught it slip. Even more bounce this time, took the shoulder of the bat, and Parsons couldn't get out of the way of it. And it's just lobbed up to first slip, where the fielder takes the easiest of catches. New Zealand being rocked here, 3 for 2. And this is the real first time that they've faced quality seam bowling in this tournament. They've had 3 relatively easy games against gentle bowling attacks, and here they are up against a good quality seam attack. Struggling, 2 for 2, 3 for 2. South Africa have their tails up. Let's have another look at this one. It was short. Good, well-directed ball. Parsons trying to ramp it, I suppose. Got a bit high on him and just might have even taken the glove or the very top of the bat and just bobbled up to first slip, easiest of catches. So all of a sudden, Nick Horsley is in at number 4. Left-hander, former first-class player. So these 2 New Zealand batsmen have a real job on their hands. 2 slips in the gully. Short again down the leg side. Called wide. Daniel Steyer, certainly the quickest bowler that I've seen in this tournament so far. Maybe one of the Aussies similar. But, I haven't seen the English play really. But he's a step above anything that New Zealand have faced so far. Bowls it bouncer, which Nick Horsley ducks under fairly comfortably. Both of these batsmen have played at the top level. Well, Nick Horsley played first class, played for New Zealand under 19 at an under 19 World Cup. So he's used to playing bowler quicker than this, but probably hasn't for a little while. Back of a length again, Horsley on the back foot, guides it into the gully. Can't tell you what pace Steyer's bowling out. Obviously we don't have speed guns here, probably in the 120s. People always tend to overestimate pace of bowling. Oh, that's a fuller delivery and it beats the outside edge. You know, whenever you play in a club and there's one guy who can bounce the ball over waist height, suddenly everyone thinks he's bowling 130, 140, and he's usually bowling about 115. So Daniel Steyer probably in the 120s somewhere. Short again. Testing the middle of the crease a little bit, middle of the wicket. End of the over, 1 for 3 for 4 for 2, sorry, New Zealand. Speaking of England and Australia, they're playing at the moment. England scored 201. Waiting for Australia to start their chase. Here's Jacko Castle bowling to James Marshall. He drives nicely through the covers. There'll be at least 2. They could have pushed for 3, but they settle for 2. James Marshall has faced the likes of Brett Lee. Might have faced Shoaib Akhtar at some stage. No stranger to quick bowling. Guided into the gully again. Good line from Jacko Castle. That ball that he dismissed Hardeep Singh with was a beauty. Just on a good length. Drew Hardeep into the forward defensive and just nibbled it away. Caught the outside edge. Through to the keeper. Firmly hit this time by Marshall, but can't pierce that offside field. I think this will be a leg by as it races down to fine leg. Yes, leg by signalled. That brings Marshall down to face Steyer for the first time, I think. Ooh, Marshall thinks about lashing that through the covers, leaves it alone, and the umpire gives New Zealand a run. Ooh, beats him for pace. And the umpire, the wicketkeeper has a shy as well. Yeah, quick ball that one from Steyer. Had Marshall right up on the back foot. Interestingly, Dan Steyer doesn't appear to have played first-class cricket. Thought he would have. A lot of the South Africans have. Runs here for Marshall. That's a lovely shot. It's going to take some stopping. It won't. It's a fast outfield there, and the New Zealand fielders were saying that it seems to pick up pace as it goes along. It's been very dry here recently. And Marshall's first boundary, using the speed of that delivery. Nice back cut, I suppose. It's quite close to him. It's a really top quality shot. Steyer plays for the Bergvliet Cricket Club. Ooh, beaten this time. Marshall going for the classical cover drive. This is it. So the Bergvliet Cricket Club, I assume, is here in Cape Town, is it? There's a Bergvliet High School. Just around the corner, I'm reliably informed. So he must have played here a few times. Daniel Steyer. Similar delivery. This time Marshall lashes onto it and hits that square drive beautifully out to the boundary for 4. Marshall will be really keen to have a big innings today. Good solid base in that shot. He's had innings of 34 off 21 and 31 off 13. So he was looking really good in both of those matches before he got himself out. And then against Sri Lanka, he sliced one to backward point off the second delivery that he'd faced. He was out for a duck. So 65 runs for 3 times out, plus the 12 that he's got today off 11. So the strike rate's good. Driven away, this time just over gully. So a bit of a loose shot. They'll come back for 2. It was very similar to the way that he got out against Sri Lanka, as I was just mentioning, out second ball, driving away from his body. Pressure still on from South Africa. 18 for 2 New Zealand. Nick Horsley yet to get off the mark. A big job to do, these two. There is batting to come for New Zealand, but these are the 2 prime batsmen left. Muted shout, and then a couple of words from Jacko Castle to Nick Horsley. Swung away beautifully by Nick Horsley. What an elegant shot that is. He picked that up off middle and leg, and there's still a bit of chat between the bowler and Horsley. Bowler stuck around in the middle of the pitch to compliment the batsman on what a fine shot he played. Or he may have said something completely different to that. Don't know. But beautiful hit from Horsley. Just picked it up off middle and leg and swung it around to backward square leg for 4 runs. He's off the mark. "22 for 2, as Richie would have said. Oh, that's up in the air. It's going to be out, I think. Oh no, he's dropped it. He had it. He had about 4 or 5 goes at it. He had virtually taken the catch, and then as he was just confirming it, it just bobbled out, and then he lost control and juggled it around a few more times. Catch goes down. It was sliced away. It was high in the air from Nick Horsley.
Yep.
Fielder had to running. He had a bit of work to do, but he did do it and got himself into decent position to take the catch. I'm not sure who that fielder is. We'll have a look. Who's the fielder there? Anyway, Horsley survives. Maybe a little bit expansive, that shot. We'll see it here again on the replay. Horsley trying to hit it straight, I think, and he was circling underneath it, the fielder. Just juggled. Couldn't take that final grab. Horsley survives. New Zealand survive. South Africa miss an opportunity. Horsley nicely in behind that one. So we've got a third man and a fine leg, 2 slips and a gully, point, extra cover. Mid on, mid wicket. I think that's it. Good delivery from Steyer as Horsley fending at it. Edge taken. What a great catch at second slip. Fending at it again, Horsley. And this time catching the edge. A little bit too quick for him, I think. And I'm not sure who the fielder is, but it was a good grab out to his left there. New Zealand lose wicket number 3. Scott Mara's out to the wicket in a hurry. He wants to have a go at this. But South Africa right on top here. 23 for 3. Let's have a look at that on the replay. It's a good delivery, just outside off stump, fending at it. And second slip through both hands at it. Took it nicely. South Africa all over New Zealand now. Daniel Steyer has 2 for 12. What a good bowler he is. So, Scott Mara, he was keen to get out to the middle. Now he's got his opportunity. Before this World Cup, he was averaging 94 at this level after a good series against Australia last year. But it's a completely different kettle of fish here. Much faster bowling. Hostile is a good way to put it. Those 2 slips still in place. Short, and Mara has a slash at it. How will he approach this? He's generally a fairly assertive batsman. Side's in trouble. 23 for 3. Men out for New Zealand. Leighton Parsons for 1. Hardeep Singh for 0. Nick Horsley for 5. James Marshall is 14 not out. He's on strike now. Scott Mara just faced 2 balls. Drives beautifully, does James Marshall. That will go out to the boundary, a little bit up the bank. 4 runs. Lovely cover drive. So he's looked a class above the other New Zealand batsman today, James Marshall, showing his international pedigree. So much resting on his shoulders now. If New Zealand are to have any chance of chasing down this total, it's not a massive total. It's a solid total. Quick single, he's going to have to go. Oh, that would have been terrible if he'd run himself out. But he makes it. Ran himself out against Wales, did James Marshall. New Zealand and South Africa faced up against each other at the over 60s World Cup earlier this morning. New Zealand winning by 8 wickets. Craig Gibbs scoring 116. Here we are in the over 40s here in Cape Town, South Africa. That's short, and Marshall rocks back and tries to play a slash over the slips. A ramp shot, I suppose. Quick single, well run. Beautiful shot by Scott Mara, driving on the up through extra cover for 4. Confidence from the Auckland batsman Scott Mara, number 5 for New Zealand. It was a lovely shot. Not a lot of foot movement, just hit through the ball. And he has this little idiosyncrasy where he doesn't watch the ball go to the boundary. Scott Mara just puts his head down after he hits the ball. Similar shot, but it's gone much more square, down to third man, and they'll come chugging back for 2. Well played from Mara. I think this is still a good wicket for batting on. It's just the bowling has been very good. South Africa this afternoon. Straight down the ground this time, not a lot of power, so it won't reach the boundary. They will take 2. Good arm from Jacko Castle. Wow, he's launched that back from long on to the keeper's end. Really good throw. Off the middle of the bat again from Scott Mara. He's timing the ball nicely today. Takes 1 more. So good signs for New Zealand as the ball finding the middle of Mara's bat about 4 times in that over. 10 runs off that Steyer over. He has 2 for 22. It's 38 for 3. The other clash of the heavyweights that we're looking at today, England-Australia in Pool A. England scored 201. Australia just starting their innings, 13 without loss after 3. Great place to watch cricket here, the Cape Town Cricket Club. See the little thatched roof hut. That's next to the clubhouse. That's where the players' enclosures are. Right, Castle to continue. And again, out of the middle of Mara's bat. Swung away down to the boundary, I guess. I can't see it's gone down below us here, but yes, the umpire's signalling 4, so there must be no fine leg. So just helped on its way by Mara as Castle strayed a little bit into the leg side. Second boundary for Scott Mara. He's up to 9 from 12 now. Now he goes straight. Beautifully. Shot of the day for New Zealand, at least, possibly for the whole match. That was a lovely, crisp, clean, straight hit from Scott Mara. Beautiful. Hopefully we can get a replay of that one. No? Okay. We'll have to go back to the Pitch Vision interactive scorecard later in the day. Pluck that one out. Maybe it's etched in your memories. Lovely shot. Don't want to jinx him, but Scott Mara is looking pretty good so far. Cuts now, firmly out to cover, no run. So New Zealand counter-attacking here. Marshall 20 off 17, Mara 17 off 14. It's partnership 23 off just 3 overs. New Zealand 46 for 3. Scott Mara hasn't really had a bat in this tournament. He came in against Wales with, I think, 1 or 2 balls remaining and hit a 4, and that was it. Actually, sorry, I tell a lie. He did play against India, scored 8 off 18. I forgot about that innings. I apologise, Scott. Nicely dabbed down to third man, using the pace again, James Marshall. Hit on the pads, but it was going down leg, so no real excitement from the fielding side. If you're not clear on the format of this tournament, there are 2 pools of 6, and the top 2 teams from each pool, after each team has played each other in that pool, go through to the semi-finals. All the other teams play off for their respective positions lower down, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Slammed away by Scott Mara. There's no one out there. The ball will roll across the boundary line for another 4. Well played. He latched onto that pretty quickly. Boundary number 4. Mara. See the replay of this, a bit short from Steyer, and a nice rotation of the hips, swing of the ball swing of the bat, sorry, sends the ball over the boundary for 4. Plays a similar shot, but even better in front of square. That was a beautiful shot. He picked that up so quickly. Steyer hangs his head. He can't believe it. He was all over the New Zealand batsman early on. Now, Scott Mara in particular has appeared to have picked up the pace of this. Played that even better than the previous one. Into the boundary for 4. 50 came up with the previous one. Mara looking really good. 25 off 20. Cuts this time, but well fielded. Point. Can't stop the run. 10 runs off that Daniel Steyer over. Scott Mara, 26 from 21. New Zealand's somehow up to 5.6 and over now after 10 overs, 56 for 3. They had that horror start, being 2 for 3. 3 for 2, sorry, and then 23 for 3. These two have put on 30 runs in 4 overs. So I think we are going to see the first change of bowling. Looks like Johan Furi. Is that how you say it? Furi? Furi. Furi. Okay. Well, let's see if he bowls with Fury. Might be fast and furious. Yep, pretty quick. Heavy ball, but Mara equal to it. Taken Marshall. Oh, edged through between keeper and first slip down to the boundary for 4. Bit of luck for New Zealand. We've seen a catch go down. And call that a drop catch because I don't think either the keeper or first slip got a hand to it. Good delivery from Furry. And a crucial life for New Zealand. Runs coming quite quickly for New Zealand in various forms. Good shots, some edges, some in between. Johan Furi played a fair bit of first-class cricket. I'll tell you about his career in a moment. Got him, has he? All the fielders go up. Furi is absolutely convinced. Umpire says no. It did sound like there might have been an edge there. Furi's glaring at Marshall. He's right up in his grill. But no one's walking at this level, I'm afraid. Johan? I think they're having a laugh about it now. Great delivery. Really good length. And whether it caught the edge or not, it certainly beat Marshall. Let's have a look here. Ah, you know what? It might have hit the his trousers, like his hip. That might have been what the sound was. Maybe a good decision from the umpire. Marshall living dangerously, though. So Johan Furi actually has an exceptional record at first-class level. Played 23 matches. Only took 20 wickets, so I guess he didn't bowl that much, but he had an average of 18.65. Best of 5 for 17. Played more as a batsman, it looks like. Also had a first-class century, so handy player. No question. Quick single, well played by Marshall. So, plenty happening in that over. Nicks through the slips. Possible nicks through to the keeper, not given. New Zealand survive though, and they take 5 runs off the over, edging closer to that target. 228 to win. They are 62 for 3 after 11, so the run rate is perfectly in hand. We need less than 5 from here. That I don't think will be an issue. It's a fast outfield. Run scoring is fine as long as you hit the ball towards the outfield. You're going to get full value for shots.
Off my camera.
For New Zealand, it's just about preserving wickets. Marshall 26, Mara 27, both scoring over 100 runs per 100 balls. Now the umpire at the striker's end has come all the way down to have a chat to the keeper in the slips. A little bit of finger pointing going on there. I'm not sure if he's telling them off for something. Sorry, it's not the keeper in slips. It's the it looked like they were in that position. It's the bowler, which is Lundi Mbani coming into the attack. So things not getting any easier for New Zealand. Lundi Mbani, probably South Africa's best bowler in this tournament. This will be a real test for James Marshall. Not if he bowls like that though, just on the hip and turned around the corner for a single. Lundi Mbani before this match had 8 wickets at 8 wickets for just 51 runs in the tournament. That's a bowling average of 6.38, going at 2.5 and over. It was Johan.
We thought.
Oh, that's a good delivery. Cuts Mara in half. Through to the keeper. Well bowled by Lundi and Barney. Yeah, he's talking about three. Good start by Mbani, quietening things down for South Africa. Just one run off his first over. He's going to be hard to get away. Probably. Oh, nice on drive by James Marshall. That's nicely timed. It's just a little push, but right out of the middle of the bat. It rockets down to the boundary for four. Beautiful shot. Probably Marshall's nicest shot today. Really well played. Class. Been reliably informed that Johan Fourie is not bowling at full pace. He's coming back from an injury, but still looks pretty handy. Thanks to Johan from Pitch Vision for that info, that intel. Cut straight to gully. Good bit of fielding, but they will take a run as the fielder loses track of the ball. Oh, and a lovely straight drive from Mara as well. He hasn't timed it as well as Marshall did. So just one for him. These two batsmen showing good fight. South Africa were all over New Zealand when Mara came to the wicket. But he came out with purpose. He was nearly at the wicket before Nick Horsley had even left the block. And he's looked assertive right from ball one, taking the attack back to the South Africans. He's got himself up to 28 at a runner ball. James Marshall, 32 from 27. Had a couple of dicey moments, but otherwise looked very classy. Now, what's happened here? Bit of a chat between Marshall and a couple of the South Africans. I don't know if Marshall's injured himself. There's a bail off at the striker's end. I don't think that's got anything to do with it. That might have just blown off. The New Zealand physio is on. Ah, it looks like Marshall's coming off. Possibly. He's walking towards the boundary. The New Zealand manager's coming out to see what's happening. Now, I think the umpire may have informed Marshall that runners are allowed at this level, which is true, for injuries sustained during the match. So if you're used to watching cricket from way back, basically the old rules. So Marshall may have hurt a leg here, and he might be calling for a runner. I'm guessing all of this. If that is the case, then it's generally accepted that it's a player who's already batted who comes on as the runner, so that maybe one of the dismissed batsmen has to pad up again. That's all conjecture. We'll see what happens, but Marshall does seem to be somewhat incapacitated. Hard to tell what the injury is. It might be like a quad or a groin or something, just the way that he's moving. If Marshall's going to stay there, he needs to just focus on his batting, not worry about the running just yet. Maybe something will happen during the break in overs. He's certainly struggling. You can see the way he pushed off after playing that forward defensive shot. And I can see there's a bit of toing and froing in the New Zealand dugout. So we'll keep an eye on that. Anyway, the score 69 for 3 after 13. And if we look at that Australia-England game, see Australia making a good start. They're 33 without loss, chasing 202. 9 overs gone there. Still no sign of a runner, so actually it might be a hamstring the way that Marshall's stretching. So it'll be interesting to see here if Mara does get a run scoring opportunity, whether they take it. Not really what New Zealand need, just as this partnership was developing nicely. Oh, Marshall's scooting through for that, not looking comfortable at all. He was really shuffling through for that single. So he's certainly hampered to some degree. And I don't think it'll be long before we see a runner. Yes, I can see Hardeep Singh is padded up again. So he will be coming in as a runner probably at the end of this over. And New Zealand would not want to be losing the services of James Marshall with semi-finals approaching. That ball came in a bit at Marshall. He played it well down into the gully. That ends the over, and yes indeed, Hardeep Singh is jogging out. And he will act as runner for James Marshall. So we haven't seen runners in international cricket for quite a few years now, but if you are old enough to remember how all this works, the injured batsman, when he's not striking, goes and stands next to the umpire, and the runner runs with the striker. And then when the injured batsman's on strike, basically the reverse happens. This runner goes out to square leg. So that's what's going to happen now. Hardeep has jogged through for a single, so now he'll go to square leg, and James Marshall will come and take strike. These situations often have comical results, with all sorts of batsmen calling and not knowing who to look at, and hilarity ensuing. So in fact, Hardeep Singh has been sent to the opposite side from the umpire. Everyone has to refresh themselves on how all this works. It's been probably about 8 or 9 years since runners were disallowed at most levels. Nice shot from Marshall, and he takes off down the wicket, but he's got to remember that he's not supposed to run. He's hit it out towards mid-wicket. Hardeep Singh does the running, and they will take 3. So that brings Mara back on strike. Marshall goes back out to square leg, and Hardeep Singh goes to the non-striker's end. He looks to be struggling a little bit too, Hardeep. Thought they might have sent Leighton Parsons out. Hardeep's been on the field a lot during these first few matches, scoring centuries in back-to-back games. So there'll be drinks after this over. Maybe the New Zealand physio will come and examine Hamish Marshall's leg. Oh, short ball. Good one too. Put a lot of effort into that. Did Johan Faree, and Scott Mara ducked under it. Mara was still playing Premier Club cricket in Auckland last season. I believe he's dropped down to the seconds this season, but he'll be used to facing bowling of at least this pace. No trouble with that. And he's probably going to get just one. Not a lot of urgency in that running. James Marshall hobbles back onto strike. He's got 2 balls left in this over. In fact, that is the over, and that will be drinks. So a chance for James Marshall to assess or have his injury assessed, and for Sri Lanka, what am I talking about? South Africa, to see how they're going to attack these next 15 overs. New Zealand 75 for 3. That's exactly 5 and over. And so they need pretty much 5 and over for the next 30 overs. Take a short break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay, we're about to resume after drinks. Lundy and Barney continuing. James Marshall still out there. So he's obviously well enough to keep batting even if he can't run. And Mara cuts the first ball after drinks out to Yasir Ditta, fielding at point on the boundary. We'll see him in the attack soonish. He's an off spinner who's bowled very well in this tournament. Ooh, shout for LBW. Didn't look comfortable playing that shot, James Marshall. Rather awkward attempt to flick the ball into the leg side. Tossed up, a bit of a slower ball, launched down the ground for 4 by James Marshall. Lovely shot. He picked up the slower ball pretty quickly, just hit through the line. One bounce down next to the sight screen down below us here, up in our 6-metre scaffolding tower. We're looking straight down the pitch here. Great angle that we have. It's a little bit precarious climbing up and down the ladder all the time. Wouldn't want to do that every day. And he goes back this time, late cuts it down to third man. Mara tries to go down the ground this time, but can't get any timing at all, just squirts it out onto the onside. Swung away leg side this time. It will reach the rope for the second 4 of the over. That's well played by Scott Mara. So 9 runs off that over. He's quick onto that short ball. Mara plays for the Cornwall Cricket Club, one of the better known clubs in Auckland. It's also the home of Bo Dench, the New Zealand over 40s wicketkeeper, and Adrian Dale, the former New Zealand over 50s captain. Dean Askew, former New Zealand over 50s player, now playing for the over 60s. Probably missed a couple of others. John Cleland played for the over 50s. So great club, the Cornwall Cricket Club in Auckland. James Marshall now lives in Auckland, I believe, but he hails from, I think, Warkworth, which is north of Auckland, up in Northland. He and his twin brother, Hamish, both played for New Zealand. Hamish played for the New Zealand over 40s last year, not able to make this trip. Flicked away. There's some work for the fine leg to do. And it sounds like he's done it well. I can't see it. Shout for a run out. This is what happens when there's runners everywhere. Any of the 3 batsmen can be dismissed run out. So if James Marshall were to inadvertently leave his ground, even if Hardeep, the runner, made his ground, Marshall would be out. So it all gets very complicated, and because we don't use runners much these days, everyone's going to have to remember how it all works. Bustling run up. That was a good length. And Marshall goes back and pushes it to the short extra cover. Big strong man, number 42, Johan Fourie. Very South African looking. Looks like he might have played a bit of rugby in his time. Big strong men, these South Africans. Had a few braais in their day, I reckon. A lot of red meat. It's a nice drive. They'll take one. The other thing that the batsmen, all 3 of them, have to work out is the calling. Does the striking batsman do the calling, or does the runner do the calling? That's something that they have to work out amongst themselves. One slip still in place. Goes down to 3rd man off the thick outside edge. So runs still flowing fairly comfortably for New Zealand. Run rate is not a big problem for them. It's just those wickets, and they've come back well. After being 23 for 3, these two have put on 65. In 11 overs. Well played, well bowled, well played by James Marshall over the top of it. Earlier there was a flurry of wickets. Leighton Parsons was caught at slip with a rearing delivery off the bowling of Daniel Steyer for 1. Actually before that, Hardeep Singh nicked off to Jacko Castle in just his 2nd ball. And then Nick Horsley came and went. He was caught at 2nd slip, an excellent catch by Kyle Schmidt off the bowling of Daniel Steyer, who was bowling with pretty good pace at that point. Scott Mara came in, and he and James Marshall have added 66 in good time, as I mentioned. Jacko Castle, 5 overs, 1 for 23. Daniel Steyer, 5 overs, 2 for 32. Johan Fourie, none for 21 from 4. And Lundi Mbani, 12 runs off his 3 overs. He'll continue now from the commentary end. Short, and what's happened there? It's been signalled wide. It's shot up off a good length, and it's gone over the keeper's head for 5 wides. That is completely out of nowhere. It's extraordinary. It must have hit a crack or something. It was a short of a length delivery. There is a part of the pitch which is a bit differently coloured. I don't know if there's a crack there, but it just flew off, gave the keeper no chance. So this pitch may be starting to do some weird things. 5 runs to the total. Scott Mara's sweating on anything short. He wants to get that pull shot out. There's no one protecting the boundary on the leg side in front of the wicket at all. 5 wides off the first ball is a good start for New Zealand. They get 5 runs off the over before the over's even begun. Full and driven handsomely down the ground by Scott Mara. What a lovely shot that was. Just putting the foot down, hitting through the ball. It was a little bit aerial, but once it had beaten it off, there's no chance of stopping it. Good shot from Mara. What's he up to? 37, 41 now. 41 from 43. Short, and that swung way up in the air. Take a lot of catching. No, fielder can't get to it. A little bit similar to the way that New Zealand took its first wicket way back earlier this morning when Warren Dugmore was caught at fine leg by Jerem Wiley. Hook shot with a top edge. Very similar, but this one not carrying down to fine leg. One more to Mara. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Another comment on the YouTube feed from Cedric Lottering. Our 4 fast bowlers is doing a good job. I like the intensity. And then there's something in Afrikaans, which I don't understand, but I might have a go at it. It says, Jacko Castle, Strand Dog, Jor, JC, Urlede, Vinnie, Sal nu so trots gewiss, hit op si klein Burt. Appeal for LBW, while I was trying to speak Afrikaans there. Now, did anyone understand what I said? No? Okay. Do you speak Afrikaans, Bindle? Oh, okay. I thought I did a pretty good job there. More runs for Marshall. There will be 2 at least. Wide open spaces down there on the leg side. End of the over. Now Bundy, I'm going to have another go at this, mate. I want you to listen carefully. He said, Urledi Vinnie Sal nu so trots gewiss het op si klein Burt. It's not Afrikaans.
No, it's other language.
Okay.
That's Netherlands. What's something similar to Afrikaans. But
Maybe I'm just saying it badly. You read that, mate. Read it into the microphone. So sorry.
That's Afrikaans.
It is Afrikaans.
Fanny sal nou so trots gewees het op jou klein boot.
That's what I said.
yeah,
Okay. Well, anyway.
it meant he's been proud of him or something.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for your comment, Cedric Lottering. Okay, we're going to see some spin. This looks like Yasir Ditta. Oh no, it's Timur. Aziz Timur. Sorry. One of the other comments in the YouTube was, we need a spin option. Is Abdul Aziz Timur playing? Well, yes he is, and he's about to have a bowl now with his leg spin. The 100 came up for New Zealand in the previous over. 102 for 3 they are. Resting their way back into this game. Battling hard. Good partnership between Marshall and Mara. They need 126 from 162 balls. And this will be an important stage in the match as South Africa are resort to spin for the first time. Abdul Aziz Timur. Shout for LBW. First ball is Mara goes on the sweep straight away. He's taken 3 wickets in this tournament, has Timur. Sweeps again, Mara, successfully this time, but there's protection back there, as you'd expect for a leg spinner. 1 run taken. So Timur has 3 wickets so far in this tournament, just bowled the 9 overs. 3 wickets at 28. Marshall onto the paddle sweep, gets it a bit finer than Mara did, which allows the batsman to take 2. At the Over 40's Africa Cup, which involved Zimbabwe and Namibia late last year, Timur took 5 wickets at an average of 12. So he was pretty effective in that tournament, which South Africa won. The wind picking up a little bit here. Oh, that's a good delivery, a little bit quicker. Beats Marshall. This IMC Over 40's World Cup involves sponsors, notably Sasonki Tourism and Events Services. They've been great. They've provided a lot of logistical services for the teams that have visited here. Thank you very much to them. Vita 24 energy drinks. I particularly like the lychee flavour. They're delicious. If you get the chance to check those out, please do. And Devil's Peak, I also enjoy a couple of those after the game. I've got some special over 40's World Cup branded beers, which taste particularly delicious after a game. And smcricket.co.za. And some women's cricket coming up in March. South Africa, who are they playing? I'm not sure. And softphonevip.co.za. Thanks to all the sponsors. Can't do this without you guys, so really appreciate it. And if you are watching, get in behind those companies that make this coverage possible. Right, a bit of left arm spin now. Let's this is R. Williams. What's his first name? Ridivan Williams. Okay. Marshall on the paddle sweep again. There's heaps of vacant space there, so if they run hard, they should be able to get 3. They do. So well played again. Good manipulation of the field. And sounds like that might be 50 for James Marshall. Yes, it is. Well batted with an injury. He's managed to get himself to 50 off 48 deliveries. So he's battled through. He had to survive that fearsome early spell, which he's done. And he's managed to keep the score ticking over well. So that's actually the first 50 of the match. South Africa had 3 guys get into the 40s, but none of them could get out of the 40s. Here's Williams with a little hoppy-skippy run-up. And bunted down the ground for one more by Mara. Shout for LBW. Umpire shakes his head. James Marshall does like to use his feet to the spinners, but I wonder if that hamstring injury that he's got will hamper his ability to shuffle down. Four runs off Ridvan Williams' first over. And New Zealand at 110 for 3. That's 5.5 and over. Meaning they need 4.72 from here. You can see on your screen just to the left there, that's where actually in the middle, that's where the New Zealand team have set up camp. So they've got their physio table there, all their drinks, chili bins or coolers as you call them over here. And you can see the New Zealand flag there set up proudly. Timor continuing with his leg spin from the Moisenberg end. Ooh, a little bit aerial, slashed away by James Marshall. One bounce to the man at short third man. No real danger of a catch. Quick single, well done. Hardeep Singh had to dive in at the bowler's end. You won't even see that on your screen probably because he's so far over to the right of picture. Full toss, swung away by Mara. And into the boundary for 4. All a bit low key. But yeah, poor delivery from Timor to end the over. And Scott Mara takes full toll. That takes him up to 49 now. 1 run away from his half century. He does have a half century in over 40s cricket. I'll just tell you about that in a moment. I'll dig up the stats. Yeah, he scored 54 not out against Australia in February of last year. As I mentioned earlier, coming into this tournament, he had an average of 94 and a strike rate of 109. Here's Williams to Marshall, and he's cut it away. He's found the gap. Lovely shot. It's going to take some chasing, which the 2 fielders do, and they relay it back in quite nicely. 2 more to Marshall, though. Oh, reverse paddle from James Marshall. That's very nicely played. And they'll pick up 2 more. Another easy single for James Marshall. He's definitely got his eye in. Is struggling with that, what I think is a hamstring. And I think that will bring up 50 for Scott Mara. Yes, the applause from the crowd would suggest that that is the case. He acknowledges it. So excellent 50 from Scott Mara, coming in with New Zealand at 23 for 3. He's taken them up to 121 for 3, along with James Marshall. 98-run partnership. Make that 99. So New Zealand just accumulating here, not looking in any real danger, and I wonder if the pressure might just be shifting back to the South Africans now. They were cock-a-hoop after wicket number 3 fell with the score at just 23, and they might have been eyeing up an early Devil's Peak lager. But then these 2 batsmen have added 99 for the 4th wicket, and to be honest, looking pretty comfortable right at the moment. You get the feeling that it's going to take a mistake by one of them to lose their wicket. Easy as you like, just bunted down the ground to long on to bring up the 100 partnership. I'm not sure the crowd or the players know that, but I can tell you that that is the case. 123 now for 3. They were 23 for 3 when these 2 came together. So the target from here is 105 off 138. That's just over 4.5 and over. That's not difficult at all in terms of run rate. And the good thing about the partnership is they've just managed to keep the score ticking over. There haven't been any maidens or long scoreless periods, unlike in South Africa's innings where Charles Groenewold really laboured over his 49. Took him 98 deliveries and it put pressure on the other batsmen. Whereas here Mara and Marshall have both scored at around 100 strike rate. Mara a little bit less than that now. Good running brings them back for 2. So New Zealand certainly taking advantage of the rule in this tournament that does allow runners. Otherwise Marshall would have had to retire when he was on about 32, I think. That one sneaks down the leg side, but it must have clipped something along the way. No wide given. Halfway through this innings now, New Zealand, 126 for 3. They are more than halfway towards their total, and they have still only lost the 3 wickets. Let's see how Australia are going. They need 202 to beat England. They're 76 for 2. Cos Beadle still going. He's having an amazing tournament. He's a real find for the Aussies. 30 not out. The men out, Jeff Hemming and Greg Hunt. Here's Williams. Mara uses his feet. Ooh, hits it straight to Jacko Castle, who's a real live wire. And he has a little fling at the stumps at the non-striker's end. That's nicely bowled, just held back a little bit. Good over this from Williams. 1 run off 4 balls. Tossed up this time, and it does beat the sprawling attempt of Jacko Castle. So they take 1 more. Marshall gives himself room and plays it beautifully through the offside. Just when New Zealand would have quite liked a boundary, Marshall delivers. So it was a pretty good over from Williams. 2 runs off 5 balls, and Marshall pretty much at will. Just creating a boundary there, giving himself room and hitting it through the offside. There's no one protecting that boundary. So good classy batting from the New Zealand captain today, James Marshall. It's a beautiful day here in Cape Town. Not a cloud in the sky. In fact, over the last 5 or 6 days, I think I've seen 2 or 3 little clouds. It's been hot and sunny every day. Just a gentle breeze coming and going. It's subsided somewhat in the last few minutes. Oh, here it comes again. And here comes Abdul Aziz Timur again. None for 12 from 3 overs. So I think I had mentioned Yasser Ditta a couple of times. He's not playing. Swung away square by Mara, or behind square, out to the man. So the target, under 100 further runs required for New Zealand. 95 they need. This is really sensible batting from Mara and Marshall. They haven't played silly shots, but they've kept the run rate going. And then played the occasional beautiful shot like that one. Thumped down the ground for 4. So more really intelligent and classy batting from this pair, who both play for the Auckland IPT side, which won the IPT. And yeah, just an excellent partnership. Picking up a boundary, if not every over, then every second over, just to keep that run rate very much in check. And punctuating that with 1s and 2s. Not allowing the bowlers to string dots together. So another over down. 25 gone now. New Zealand 138 for 3. Australia have lost a 3rd wicket now. They're 3 down for 83. England fighting in that game. They fought back, did England, after being 64 for 5 to get 201. And Australia were 72 for 1, now 83 for 3. Wales making a good chase. That's a high-scoring game against UAE. UAE scored 305 for 7. Wales 110 without loss. Sounds like a good pitch. And right behind us, Zimbabwe are playing Namibia. Namibia 234. Zimbabwe 129 for 2 halfway through their innings. So they're making a good chase. Neil Ferreira on 63. And Robertson Chinyengatera on 48. There's Williams. Now there's a man at short fine leg now. Marshall's been playing the little paddle sweep. That option's been kind of cut off. We saw him do a reverse paddle a couple of overs ago. Is that option still on for him? Ooh, a little misfield from Jacko Castle, who's been really good in that area. First fumble for him today, allows a single, and he's angry with himself. Earlier in the day, South Africa scored 227 for 7 from their 45 overs. 3 batsmen reaching 40, none of them reaching 50. The highest score being Carl Schmidt, who scored 49 from 40. He was very aggressive. Charles Grunewald scored 48, but it took him 94 deliveries. Now Mara's hit that a little bit squarer into the gap. They're going to come back for 2. And Brandon Buckley scored 41 for South Africa. Lundi Mbani, 30. Mbani, sorry. Best bowlers for New Zealand: Ben Rapson, 2 for 33 from 9. Nick Smith, 1 for 38 from 9. And Jerem Wiley, 2 for 16 from 3 at the end. South Africa were steaming along at 142 for 2. But then they lost their way a little bit. Didn't really accelerate much in the second half of the innings. Ended 2-2-3. New Zealand started badly against some really fiery bowling from Daniel Steyer and Jacko Castle. They were 23 for 3, but then these two came together, Scott Mara and James Marshall, and have added 118 for the 4th wicket in about 21 overs. And they'll pick up one more run here as that one is just squirted around the corner. Whacked away, one bounce to the man at mid-wicket. We have had a couple of minor technical difficulties with the score showing on your pitch vision stream there. As noted in the comments, I believe that's been adjusted and it's correct now. Sometimes there is a little bit of manual correction that needs to be done, so bear with us. Swept again by James Marshall nicely, but a good bit of fielding by Mbani. Means there's just one more to the total. Now mid-on is up now. That's where Mara hits it 2. There's a mid-wicket back and a backward square leg. Also, I think there's a fielder out there on the cover boundary. And long off is back. So mid-on is up. That might be a scoring option for Mara. It goes into the covers this time. He's coming back for 2, Hardeep Singh, and he'll make it. Good running from the New Zealand opener, who was out second ball today. And at that point, things not looking good for New Zealand. He had scored centuries in his last 2 innings, and 50 in the innings before that. And then to get a second ball duck really set the cat among the pigeons for New Zealand. But it's given the opportunity for some other batsmen to stand up. And Mara and Marshall have done just that. Let's check in on India-Sri Lanka. India scored 271 and Sri Lanka 114 for 4, so they need 158 runs off the last half of the innings at 6.58. Australia have lost another one, 92 for 4 they are. We'll keep an eye on that game. That one turning a little bit. Scott Mara has the wide brim hat on now. 2 spinners operating. He feels comfortable without a helmet. It is hot out there. Tossed up, and they'll probably get 2 here as it's gone past the short fine leg, so the man comes around from backward square leg to tidy up. Ridwan Williams into his 5th over now. He's bowled pretty well. None for 22. There's a bit of batting to come for New Zealand. Ben Rapson will probably come in next. He's scored a 50 and a 70 in his 2 innings in this tournament. And he'll probably be followed by Bo Dench, the wicketkeeper, who scored a good 38 against India, coming in a tricky situation. And then kind of into the bowlers. Jerem Wiley can whack it, but he's more of a bowling all-rounder these days. Nice swing away to the leg side by Scott Mara. There's no one out there. And again, just the pressure being released by not a 4 ball, but a 4 shot by New Zealand. So they're just not letting South Africa string dots together. Whenever it looks like that's about to happen, they just release that pressure valve. Both batsmen doing this to good effect. Really, really intelligent partnership, this from Mara and Marshall. And batting looking comfortable. Don't want to curse it. Uses his feet. Bit of work for the long on to do. Gets round and does it. That's Timur. We get 2 more. 2 more to Timur. Okay. 157 for 3. Partnership up to 134 now. Scott Mara 71. James Marshall 70. Yes, so Australia, they've lost their 4th wicket now, having a bit of a middle order collapse. Not a collapse, but a flutter. They need 107 from 21 overs. They have 6 wickets remaining. Their middle and lower order has not been tested at all in this tournament. How will they go against a strong bowling lineup? We haven't even seen Darren Stevens at the bowling crease yet. Stephen Naylor taking 2 wickets for England. Okay, change of bowling. Looks like it might be Castle back into the attack. Is that Castle? Or is it Grunewald? The YouTube comments have been calling for Grunewald to come in, I think. I'll just wait for confirmation on who that is. As we see a plane flying overhead. What are they advertising? Play.co.za. Don't know what that is. Maybe some gambling site. Okay, here's the new bowler into Marshall. Starts with a short delivery, which he slashes away down to third man. So it's number 41, which I think is Groenewald. Oh no, it's Steyer back into the attack, sorry. Daniel Steyer, I didn't recognise him. He opened the bowling, bowled quick early on, took 2 for 33. So the South African captain Warren Dugmore feeling that now's the time that he needs to bring his strike bowler back and take a wicket. Steyer bangs it in again. Can Steyer finish his run up? No, he can't. I was going to say, can he change the course of this game, or at least create a twist in the plot? A couple of wickets here would definitely make things much more interesting. At this stage, New Zealand looking fairly comfortable. It's nicely played. Quick single shy at the stumps. These two batsmen have kept the tempo up really, really nicely. Marshall 71 from 69, Mara 72 from 81. Just a really classy partnership from the two Aucklanders. That was quick. Beat Marshall as he tried to guide it down to third man. Banged in again, short and wide, and Marshall can't catch up with it. So Steyer's obviously been given the remit to bowl as fast as he can and really try to winkle out one of these two batsmen. Again, short and wide, and again Marshall can't catch up with it. New Zealand needs 69 off 97. 7 wickets in hand. That's just 4.27 and over. So they've done well to get above the run rate required, which means that if someone like Steyer bowls well, they can afford a couple of quiet overs, like that one that they just had. Is that Ali Johnston still there on the bank? He's been there most of the day. Former West Indian first-class fast bowler, now resident in South Africa. He's been here for about 20 or 30 years, I think. He came over as a professional player and liked it so much that he stayed. He's the coach at Claremont Cricket Club, which is where we are today. Ridwan Williams into his 6th over now. Well, runs here, they'll push for 2. Good running by Mara He was a bit under the weather. He's had a bit of a groin strain and then had some sort of chest issue. Nothing too serious, but he did miss a game. It was the game against Wales. Nicely bowled from Williams and equally nicely played. So that is a quiet over from Williams, just 2 off it. And that will take the players to drinks, the final drinks break in this match. And when we come back in about 4 or 5 minutes, New Zealand will need a further 67 to win off the last 15 overs. Join us then.
Different slangs of Afrikaans.
Alright, here we go after drinks. This is the crucial moment. Daniel Steyer bowling to James Marshall. Can he winkle one of these 2 batsmen out? Bowling fast, but Marshall up to it. Shy at the stumps. South Africa trying everything here. They know that they need to get a breakthrough. They're not going to be able to contain the New Zealand batsmen. They need wickets. 7 of them, in fact, or at least a couple, just to change the course of this match. Daniel Steyer giving it everything he's got. He was pretty fearsome this morning, or this afternoon. In his first over, he had Leighton Parsons caught at slip with a ball that reared up. Caught Parsons high up on the bat, might have even been the handle. Looped to first slip. South Africa were all over New Zealand at that point. Short. There's a big swing at it, does Mara. Misses. Short and wide again. Mara does get something on it. Shy at the stumps. Hardeep Singh would have been out there, and in fact they're going to get an overthrow now. So Tamura's had a couple of shies at the stumps. South Africa trying everything. It's Fuller, chance of a catch. Oh, falls just short of the man at mid-on. That was the chance that Steyer's been trying so hard to create. Mara was probably hanging back on the back foot a little bit because Steyer's been bowling short, and then it was full. He didn't quite commit to that front foot shot, and it looped up, but just fell short of mid-on. Full again, whipped away this time by Scott Mara. Beautiful shot out to the boundary for 4, and that will deflate Daniel Steyer. He was aiming for that Yorker off the last ball of the over, and instead he's been whipped away for 4. Aiming for the Yorker, Steyer, as you can see on the replay here, just a little bit leg side-ish, and once Mara had got it past the mid-wicket in the circle, it was always going to race away for 4 on this lightning fast Claremont Cricket Club outfield. And you see the man's t-shirt that says "or no." That's what Daniel Steyer would have been saying. Or words to that effect. Not sure they sell t-shirts that say exactly what he was thinking. Williams about to bowl his 7th over now. Reverse paddle, which will get him 1. Marshall. So Williams has been okay. He's been fairly accurate, but he hasn't been penetrative or really looking like he was going to take a wicket. None for 33 from 6. I wonder if it might have been worth trying a different bowler. Nicely played by Mara, using his feet, and hitting that gap at mid-wicket, where Jacko Castle races around to field. He's been extremely energetic this afternoon. Looks like a very young 40-year-old. A bit like Nick Smith in the New Zealand team. Thin and fit looking. Another single down the ground. Runs just coming clinically for New Zealand. Single after single after single, and then just the occasional 4, just to keep that run rate under control. Swung away, and they'll take one more to end the over. Oh no, sorry, 1 ball left. Mara into the 80s now. Will he have a chance to score 100? Oops, sorry. Tries the reverse paddle again. Does Marshall? Doesn't make contact this time. 4 off the over. Now, I'm not trying to put the mockers on Scott Mara. New Zealand have scored 3 centuries in this tournament already. 2 of them to Hardeep Singh, 1 to Greg Johnson. Some whooping and hollering behind us suggests that Namibia have captured another Zimbabwean wicket. Zimbabwe involved in a fairly tight chase there. We'll keep an eye on that one. They need 235 to beat Namibia. They're 167 for 4 now. This is Jacko Castle back into the attack, and he's been met with a beautiful straight drive, which will be cut off. So Doug Moore, the captain of South Africa, experimented with bringing Daniel Steyer back in for a couple of overs, unsuccessfully. So he's gone to his other opening bowler, Jacko Castle. Or is it Yako? Yako Castle. Okay. Oh, just out. Did he get a hand on that? It was sliced away to point, and Abdul Aziz Timur leapt up to his right to try and catch that. I think he must have got a hand on it because it went slowly after that. So excellent effort from the man at point. Don't know if that big beard weighed him down a little bit as he was trying to leap up into the air. Two more. Good running from Hardeep Singh, who might have thought that he was going to get a day off today after he got out for a duck. Thought he might have been able to put his feet up and relax after scoring 2 centuries. But he was called back to the middle to act as runner for James Marshall. And he's been out there for the last 27 overs. So he'll be a tired boy tonight. More good fielding by Timur. He's really doing his best, that guy. Trying to inject a bit of energy back into this South African fielding unit, which was full of energy when they had New Zealand 23 for 3, but you just can't help but get a little deflated when batters put on a 150 run partnership, which Marshall and Mara have done. Timur has another shy at the stumps, hasn't hit one yet, not for want of trying. Certainly a wonderful beard that he's got in the mould of W.G. Grace. Hardeep Singh has a handy beard himself, but it's nothing like Timur's. Could well be a family of birds nested in there. That's been hit over wide mid-on. I don't know if he's timed it, but it's a fast outfield, and it's going to race over the boundary for 4. Pretty good shot from Scott Mara. As I said, just whenever New Zealand needs a boundary, one of these 2 batsmen hits it. And it was just angled in on his pads, and he whipped it away. He is up to 86 now. Or 90 in fact. 10 runs away from a maiden international century for Scott Mara. What a wonderful innings it has been, and Hardeep Singh is the only batsman in all over 40s international cricket to have scored 2 centuries. Several other batsmen have scored 1. I think there's been about 5 or 6 scored at this tournament. James Marshall has not seen a lot of the strike recently. He's almost playing second fiddle to Mara. 76 off 78 he is, James Marshall. Batting with a hamstring injury and a runner. And he's facing Lundi Ambani, who's back into the attack. So another throw of the dice by Warren Dugmore, the SA captain. Short, and they'll take a quick single to short fine leg. That has been smashed by Mara into the covers, no run. I lost sight of it for a second, he hit it so hard. But fortunately the South African fielder saw it. I think that might be Fourie in there. Good running, quick single, shy at the stumps. He's hit the stumps, not out. All the South Africans go up in excitement, but the umpire was in pretty good position. I think the South Africans may be appealing out of A, excitement that they hit the stumps for once, and B, a little bit of desperation to take this 4th wicket for New Zealand. Let's have a look on the replay. I think he was probably home. The umpire signalled safe in baseball style. Short. Swung down to short fine leg. Didn't quite get hold of that pull shot. New Zealand need 44 more runs from here off 69 balls. That's under 4 and over. Another short ball, and this time he's swung it away effectively out to square leg for 1. So South Africa desperate for wickets now. They need to break this partnership and the next one. They really need 2 new batsmen at the crease to have any chance of putting pressure on New Zealand. Mbani tries a bouncer, but Mara easily underneath it. He's looked really composed today, Scott Mara. He's a pretty calm sort of guy. And everything that the South Africans have thrown at him, he's accepted and thrown back at them. A couple of the SA bowlers were having a a word early on when they were well on top. They didn't mind a wee bit of a chirp at the batsman, but doesn't look like they've been doing much of that recently. Just a few running repairs to Scott Mara. Maybe some new gloves. USA doing a good job chasing down Canada's total of 229. Looks like they're probably going to get there. Zeshan Mohammed, he's having a good tournament recently. 91 not out he is. Sri Lanka, they need 116 off 15 overs with 3 wickets remaining, so they're struggling probably. And Australia is still just 4 wickets down, looking good to beat England. Here's Yucko Castle to Marshall. James Marshall, what a good innings from him as well. He looked comfortable right from the start, went at a runner ball from the moment he got to the wicket. Timur has another go at the stumps. At that time, the umpire nods his head, and Hardeep has been run out. So Timur's had about 5 or 6 shies at the stumps. Hardeep's standing around. He can't believe it. He thinks he made his ground. The umpire had to run to get into position, so I'm not sure how good a position he was in, but finally Timur, who's been extremely aggressive and energetic in there at backward point, has affected a run out. Let's see what happened. The stumps, well, we can't see. All we can see is that the stumps have been broken. We don't have the wide view, but that's okay. So it's actually James Marshall who's dismissed. Hardeep Singh was the man who was short of his ground, but James Marshall was, or he was running for James Marshall. So Marshall run out, and that is the breakthrough that South Africa were desperate for. Is there a twist in this tale? Fantastic partnership. 162 it was for the 4th wicket between James Marshall and Scott Mara before James Marshall, well, his runner was run out. So he's out for 78 off 83 balls, 7 fours. Excellent innings from him. And good fielding from Abdul Aziz Timur. He picked up the ball on the bounce very nicely, flung it at the stumps. And a direct hit finally. He's had about 5 or 6 goes at that. So that brings Ben Rapson to the crease, who has scored 50s in each of his 2 innings in this tournament. He scored a calm 56 against India in the oval behind us in round 1, and then a very aggressive 77 against Wales. So the good thing for New Zealand is that they still only need 4 and over, so if necessary Rapson can take a few balls to get in. Oh, that one's hit back towards Yako Castle, who dives to his left but can't get a finger to it. Right, so Ben Rapson facing his first ball. This is the first time South Africa have had a chance to bowl to a new batsman since the 6th over. So what can South Africa do now? Looks like a... No, I thought there was going to be a change of bowling, but it looks like it's still going to be Lundi Mbani. Here's Mara on 92. He swung away. It's going to be safe. It's heading down slowly towards fine leg. We'll take 2. Tried the hook shot. Didn't really get it, but there was no danger of a catch. So that fine leg is moving a little bit finer. I wonder if he's going to have another go at the bouncer, Mbani. No, that one's fuller. Maybe a bit of a double bluff. He's hit the gap again, Mara. They'll take 2. They have to make sure they don't run into each other, the 2 batsmen. So Rapson on, still Mara on strike on 96. Full. Won't get a run this time. Timur's a good fielder. Shout for LBW. He's what's happened here? Is he has given the finger out? Yes, Mara out for 96. LBW. I couldn't see the finger. It was a very, very slow dismissal. But Lundi Mbani makes another breakthrough, and I just mentioned before that South Africa need to get those 2 set batsmen, and they've done it. It looked like it might have been angling a little bit leg side. But the umpire disagreed. He says it's out. Let's have a look on the replay. Might have shuffled across his stumps a little bit. Let's have a look. Yeah, maybe hitting leg. Won't argue too much with that. The umpire took a long time to give it out, but he did. And so an excellent innings by Scott Mara comes to an end. 96, so agonisingly short of his century. And Excellent innings from Scott Mara. He and James Marshall have gone a long way to putting New Zealand in with a good chance of winning this game. But we are now at an intriguing stage in the game as the New Zealand wicketkeeper Bo Dench comes to the wicket to join Ben Rapson. These two steadied the ship against India. New Zealand were 140 for 5 in that game when these two joined forces and helped New Zealand up to 260. Here they've got a slightly different job to do. They need to score 38 runs in 9 overs against a South African team that's feeling rejuvenated. Lundi Mbani has 1 for 32 now. That's his first wicket. He's bowled pretty well. Shout for LBW again. I think there was bat in that. Now there's not a huge amount of batting to come for New Zealand. Jerem Wiley and Adam Hastelow are bowling all-rounders. Nick Smith can bat. And then the genuine bowlers, Farhan Mirza and Paddy Sullivan, only one of whom will bat. I'm not sure who's the specialist or designated non-batter. South Africa still need 5 more wickets. They have 54 balls to do that before New Zealand scores 38 runs. Game on. Quick single, well run by Rapson. Every run pretty vital now. Things were just meandering along, in a nice way, when Marshall and Mara were together. Well, lofted away by Bo Dench. That's an assertive shot. And it's going to race out to the boundary for 4. Good hit from the Auckland wicketkeeper batsman. And that takes New Zealand one step closer to home in this chase. So Bo Dench plays for Auckland in the New Zealand National Championships, the IPT. He played for New Zealand A last year against Australia, but he had a good IPT and forced his way into the New Zealand side, and he's made every post a winner. He's a real tough little cookie, this guy. Ben Rapson plays for the Canterbury Otago Mainlanders. Genuine all-rounder. Scored runs and bowled really well in this tournament. He's a valuable part of the New Zealand side. He's on 1. Bodench on 4. 33 needed off 48. New Zealand. Australia have lost a 5th wicket. They're 137 for 5. Things may be getting a little tricky for them. And it's Cos Beadle, the star batsman. He's out. Rapson on the extravagant pull shot, but no timing, straight to Timur. Short and pulled away again by Rapson, straight out to the fielder, who tumbles over, and they should have taken 2, I think. He did well to recover that man out there, but there probably was 2 there. Men out for New Zealand, early doors, Leighton Parsons for 1, Hardeep Singh for a duck, and Nick Horsley for 5. Then that huge partnership between James Marshall and Scott Mara before both of them fell. Marshall was run out for 78, and Mara LBW for 96. Those are the 5 wickets to fall. Full, and it squeaked away down to fine leg. They should run and get 2 runs, just to see what sort of runs they are. They are runs off the bat. That'll be a wide. Mbani attempting the short ball again. So if New Zealand do get up here, I think South Africa will look back to their innings and think that they should have scored another 30 or 40 runs. They could definitely have done that by being a little bit more aggressive in the middle overs. That's full, driven by Bodench down the ground for 1. Still some runs to get for New Zealand, so they're not there yet, but if they get there, I'd say that's the key part of this game, was those overs between 20 and 40 for South Africa, where they just didn't accelerate. Barney searching for a Yorker, bowls a full toss instead. And that's the 200 up for New Zealand. 200 for 5 they are. 28 runs required. Short again. That one doesn't get up. 228 the target, so they need 27 more. 201 they are, in fact. So 42 balls left to get those 27 runs. That's under 4 and over. Australia have lost wicket number 6. They're falling away here, needing 202 to beat England. The spinners doing the damage for England there. Australia were on top of this game from the start. They had England 64 for 5. Slammed away by Ben Rapson. There's work for the fielder to do. That's Williams down there. He'll do it. And they take 2 more. And another run. 1 step closer to home. Oh, as the fielder hurt himself here, he's struggling with a finger. He may have dislocated his finger. He's writhing around on the ground. Can you get a bit closer in on there, Shoaib? See what he's done. Looks like he might have oh no, he's okay. Maybe he's pulled it back into place. Pretty tough, these South Africans. Some of them. Bo Dench doing a job here for New Zealand. Exactly what his team needs. 7 off 7, or 8 off 8 he is now. Oh, that is not what South Africa need. 5 wides. Yucko Castle searching for something special. Fires it down the leg side. The keeper standing up. Couldn't stop it. Into the boundary. 5 wides. And at this point, that is not helpful at all. New Zealand inching closer to this target. 210 for 5. Just 18 runs away now. What a great comeback it's been from New Zealand after being 23 for 3 and looking in all sorts of trouble. That huge partnership between Marshall and Mara. It was worth 162 and it just took the wind out of the South African sails. Really broke their back, to mix a few metaphors. Oh, and that's a brilliant leg side stumping. Wow. So it's a wide, but Dugmore has taken the bails off in an absolute flash. So that is something out of the top drawer. Is it too late? I don't know, but something really special. We'll have to have a look at that on the replay. Standing up to the opening bowler, and Ben Rapson just overbalancing. Watch this on replay, folks, if you're a fan of a leg side stumping, and who isn't. He had the bails off in no time. Rapson can't believe it. Super work from the South African wicketkeeper. Six down now, New Zealand. Is there one last twist? Still 18 runs needed. South Africa need 4 wickets. Run rate, not an issue. It's under 3. It's all about wickets for South Africa. And it's all about runs for New Zealand. Jerem Wiley is the new batsman. More of a basher than a cultured batter. But he is the man they call X, because he brings the X factor. He certainly did with the ball. What can he do with the bat? I don't mean to have undersold him there. He does have a decent technique. but he's more known as a boundary hitter. So will Castle aim for that leg side again? Hones in on the stumps. He's a bit combative too, so these two might have a little word to each other at this stage of the innings. Yako Castle doesn't mind a word. Jerem Wiley certainly doesn't. Bo Dench a bit more laconic. He'll just take things as they come. Bit of a fist bump. And we're into the last 6 overs. 17 runs required. Lundian Barney has the ball. One for 38 from his 7. One slip in now. Slammed away by Bo Dench. There's going to be multiple runs here. It might reach the boundary. Let's see. Yes, it does. So crucial runs for Bo Dench. The New Zealand players recognise the importance of that boundary and they applaud it warmly. Bit short from Mbani. He has bowled a few short balls today. Got away with most of them. But that was a very controlled pull shot from Bo Dench, who's a pretty relaxed sort of character. He is up to 12 now. I think this one will be right up on the toes of Dench. No, it's short again. He cuts into the point region. No run. Now what's he done there, the fielder? Jerem Wiley was beckoning at him to have a go at the run out and kind of goading him, and then somehow the ball just fell out of his hands and travelled about 15 metres back towards the batsman. The batsman could have thought about a run. Probably not really the right thing to do. Oh, he's been hit here on the hand, Bo Dench. Poor guy, he's really been in the wars in this tournament. He's been wicket keeping on some tricky pitches. So he's been copping the ball in all parts of his body. Now he's got one on the finger as well. Swung away again, but just as far as the fielder out there. They'll think about 2. I think if Dench had run the first one a little bit harder, they could have got back. Just 1 though. That will bring Jerem Wiley onto strike. Number 23 on his back, famous number in sporting circles. End of the over. 2:16 for 6. 12 more runs to win this match for New Zealand. Daniel Steyer back into the attack. The last throw of the dice for Warren Dugmore, the South African captain. He has 2 overs left. Steyer, fastest bowler in the South African team. What can he do? Slams it in. And there's a fast run here. Oh, short single. The fielder couldn't pick it up cleanly. Dench took off straight away. Wiley didn't seem so interested, so there was a bit of a stutter from Dench. I think if the fielder had picked it up cleanly there and thrown the stumps down, it could have been trouble, but he did neither. All right, Wiley on strike to Steyer. Dug in short again. Short and wide. He's bowled a lot short and wide today, and New Zealand batsmen haven't really been able to cut him. Oh, beautiful straight drive from Jerem Wiley down the ground. He waited on that ball and punches it over the rope for 4. Beautiful shot. Steyer straining to get that Yorker in, and Wiley just waited on it, punched it back. Crucial runs. New Zealand closer and closer to home now. South Africa need a wicket, probably in this over. 7 runs required. Short. Wiley has a go at it. Again, can't latch on to the cut shot. So we've still got a good number of people tuning in, watching this fairly exciting finish wherever you are around the world. Welcome to you. Does get onto this one, and it's going out towards the boundary. It's a pretty decent cut shot. It's going to be 4 more. So 2 boundaries in this over. Daniel Steyer's on his knees, a la Dale Steyn at the 2015 World Cup, if anyone remembers that. Too soon? Sorry, Bundy. Was it 2015? I think it was. Yeah, too soon. Sorry, mate. But, good hit from Jerem Wiley. So just 4 runs required now. Jerem Wiley facing Daniel Steyer, and they'll pick up 1 leg by. So I hope you've enjoyed the coverage today, wherever you are, however long you've been tuned in for. Pitch Vision doing an awesome job. I mean, look at that view straight down the ground. We've got the great roving camera, scoring, everything really top notch as far as the live coverage goes. If you want to watch some of the game back later, you can go to the Pitch Vision website, find the interactive scorecard, and you can check out the individual plays for each batsman and bowler. It's a pretty cool interactive scorecard function that they have. Bundi Mbani to Jerem Wiley. Can he conjure something here, Mbani? Oh, it gets a bit of bounce, but Wiley easily on top of it. Down to 3rd man for 1 more. New Zealand will be very happy just to do this in singles. The scores are tied. 1 run required for New Zealand to beat South Africa in this round 4 encounter of the IMC Over 40s World Cup. Bowling to Bo Dench. Oh, he's bowled him, chopped it on. Bo Dench not able to score the winning runs. There's not a huge amount of excitement among the South Africans. They realise that the scores are tied, and it's going to be pretty dramatic if they can somehow pull a tie out of the bag. But poor old Bo Dench, he'd done a really good job. He'd done a really good job, Bo Dench, getting to 14 at a runner ball. Couldn't quite bring it home. Going to swing that one away, as he's done a couple of times before against Mbani, dragging it onto his wickets. Second wicket for Mbani. He's one of the leading wicket takers in the tournament. As I said earlier in the day, the result of this match probably not crucial for the chances of either team to progress to the semi-final, as both teams probably will. It just affects the order in which they finish, and that affects who they play in the semi-finals. So the scores are tied. If it was a tie, that might make things interesting if it was a tie. I'd have to look at the scoreboard, the points table in detail. Anyway, new batsman, Adam Hastelow, another Cantabrian. Comes to the wicket with 1 run required to beat South Africa. Lundi Mbani needs to take... Well, South Africa need 3 wickets. Scores are tied. And he pushes it into the offside. There's no one out there. They take 1, and whatever happens from here on is academic, because New Zealand have won this match. They've beaten South Africa by 3 wickets. Congratulations to New Zealand. Congratulations to South Africa for making it really tight. It was a fantastic game. If you'd like to learn more about the result and about this tournament, please head to the International Masters Cricket Facebook page, where all the reports and scores and live streaming links will be. It just leaves me to say, on behalf of the Pitch Vision team here at Claremont Cricket Club, my name's Jim Morrison, and thank you for tuning in today. We'll see you on Sunday for round 5. Good night for now.